perspective how the sustainable systems for food security and nutritional security are operational and working in this country. Yesterday, this definition or what food system means, what it encompasses has already been discussed by Dr. Bhatt, but I will just repeat it, that it encompasses the entire range of actors and interlinked value addition activities involved in the production, aggregation, processing, distribution, consumption, disposal of food products, and that originates from agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and other parts of broader economic, social, natural environment in which we are embedded. So this is what, when we are talking of food system, we have to look in totality, not only the production of food or only the consumption or aggregation, but a lot more is to be seen. And this was also talked about economical sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability of the system. So this is a very complex things. And if you want to see how it looks like in a composite manner, then we have natural elements like air, soil, ecosystem, and genetics, water and climate. Then we have social elements like organization, policies, laws, regulation, infrastructure, socio-cultural norms. Then we have access to natural resources through labor, through input, through knowledge, through finances and other services. Then behavior of diverse actors, which was also discussed yesterday, how people behave when they are taking food and how much is lost while they finish their food. So then there is a sustainability performance, which is mainly food security, nutrition, and poverty reduction. So in this gamut of the entire thing, which we want to see in the totality, we would like to see where we are today in India. This was also talked about sustainable development goals. Now, I will not again discuss this, but basically it is empowering small farmers, promoting gender equity, ending rural poverty, and ensuring healthy lifestyle, tackling climate change and other issues. So a lot of things are involved when we talk of a sustainable food system and we talk of zero hunger. So while we do this, there are programs related to promotion of integrated approaches of alleviating child hunger and undernutrition, promotion of sustainable and resilient livelihoods for vulnerable households, especially in the context of adoption of climate change, then strengthening of capacities to generate information, allowing for improved policy making and advocacy. So if we look to India, what is our hunger index? Out of the 107 nations in the globe, this is the hunger index of 2020. India ranked 94, which is a very serious situation. We are even below than our neighbors, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Pakistan, etc. And 14% of India's population is undernourished. So we are really in a difficult situation. Then there's a climate variability factor also. Increasing climate variability, extreme weather events, and rising temperature pose challenges to India's food and nutritional security. It is estimated that in 2030, India's number of hungry may be 23% higher than against the same without climate change. If the climate change occurs, then we will add another 22% hungry people. So this is the report by ICFPR. And on climate also, we have to take care of when we are talking of food security. Zero hunger challenges are, this calls for zero stunted children under age of 2, 100% access to adequate food all around the year, and all food systems are sustainable, 100% increase in smallholders' productivity and income, and zero loss of waste of food. So these have to be addressed when we are talking of food security or sustainable food system. Let's see where we stand. India's position in world agriculture. Our total area is only 2.4% of the world area, and we rank 7th nation, whereas our arable land, we share about 11%, and we rank first. So India has the largest arable land. Arable land means on the land where cultivation takes place. So 11% area we share against a population of 17.3, somebody say 18 now. So we are the second largest populated country. So on a total area of 2.4, we have to sustain a population of 17% or so, with the arable land of about 11%. Our cereals particularly, we stand third after China and USA, with almost little more than 10% share in the world. But our wheat and rice is the major cereals which we consume. Wheat, we share about 12%, little more than 12, rice about 21% or so. We are second in wheat and rice production after China. In pulses, we stand first. Again, almost 22% of the share, the world share is contributed by India. Our position is good, though we are first. Vegetable also about 10% share in the world, and we are second to China. In cattle population, we are second to Brazil, and about 12% is our share. Buffaloes, we are largest buffalo having country, 56%. And goats and chicken also, goats we are second. Chicken we are sixth. In milk, we share about 20% of the milk production, and we are first. In the egg production, we are third, and in the meat, we are sixth. So this is the overall situation. We have to sustain a population which has 17% of share in the world, with 11% of arable land and 2.54% of the land area, means from where the natural resources, other natural resources are also coming. So this is our stand. And in this, if you look to the holdings, the farm size, we have small and marginal farmer constitute about 86% of the total land holdings. And the number of operational holdings in the country is estimated to be 14.64 crores. And the average holding size is about 1 hectare. So we have to deal, when we take the production strategy on the field, then we have to deal with the small and marginal farmers having less than 2 hectares of land. There is a demand projection of the Niti Aayog, which says that in 2021, the demand was 107 million tons of rice. We produced 118, little bit of surplus. Wheat also, there was a surplus. So in cereals, we had a surplus production. But in pulses, against the projected demand, we were short of pulse. And as we know, we are number one in the pulse production in the world. And there are very few countries who produces pulses, and it will be difficult to import pulses as and when we require. The calorie, if you look at the per capita availability of rice and wheat and cereal particularly, cereal per capita per day consumption in terms of grams is 438 grams, about half a kilo. And against this, the pulse consumption is only 56 grams. So this is how there is a deficit in pulse consumption. And the average calorie intake in rural areas is 2,214 kilocalories. In urban areas, it is still less. And it is basically because the slums are coming up in large number in the urban areas, and the entire production system is in the rural areas only. So it's becoming a problem, and that's why the calorie consumption is also low, and it is well below, and both in rural areas and also in urban, it is well below the recommended consumption level of 2,500 kilocalories or so. Then when we have seen how we have grown in production side, so selected crops like cereals, we have made a tremendous progress. But if you look to the pulses, not much has been achieved. So is the case of oil seeds. So when cereals have increased to a great extent, the green revolution, which was there in 60s and 70s, and also to some extent rice production, but the other crops, pulses and oil seeds, they remained at a very low pace. We increased the pulse product in the grain production about 6 times since independence, but it was not so in case of oil seed and pulses. Then, as we saw, we are the second largest. Again, it has increased nicely. Food production, particularly vegetable production, has gone up considerably. And in last 20 years, the production of fruits doubled, and that of vegetables tripled. And it was largely because of improved varieties and increased irrigation facilities. Yesterday also, it was mentioned that 30% are the post-harvest losses. If you put in terms of rupees, it is more than almost 93 crores of rupees, which is lost. There are 3 or 5 components, pack house, ripening chambers, refo vehicles in the cold chain remain almost entirely without funding. So these are the crucial areas where we have to divert our attention to check this loss of 30% of losses. Here, I just want to draw your attention about the net crop cultivated area. Our net cultivated area was highest in 90s, which was 142 million hectares, but gradually it is declining, and a lot of area, agriculture area, is being transferred to other operational needs. And what does it show? That we are not going to get additional arable lands, which is a constant. 140 million hectares, a constant figure which we are having for the last several years. And this net cultivatable area is shrinking. So how then we are achieving this higher production? This is through high yielding varieties, through high inputs, and also irrigation facilities. So cropping intensity means you are taking more than a crop in 1 year in that particular area. That's what is the cropping intensity. So we are improving cropping intensity. Earlier, when irrigation systems were not there, only rain-fed agriculture was there, and most of the time we could take only 1 crop in a year on a particular piece of land. Now we are taking more than 1 crop because of high intensity of irrigation. That's why the cropping intensity is increasing and we are getting higher production. But the point here is we are not going to get any additional area for cultivation in the field. Then this was also talked that if affordability has to be there, availability will increase, has increased, we will produce, we will import, if not produced here, like we import almost 70% of our oil consumption. And untraditional oil, we started importing, particularly palm oil and soya oil, which was not a traditional oil of the country. So we have changed from our oil consumption pattern also, and now when we are importing, what we import is not what we produce. Palm oil we are not producing, and soya started, of course, late, very late, but still we are importing a huge quantity of soya, and both together, almost 70% of our requirement is imported. And when it is imported, then there's a price factor, the affordability factor, whether our people can afford or not. These areas show that percentage of people below the poverty line. So large part of the area, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, and even UP, there are large percentage, above 40 are below poverty line. It means affordability of food in these areas particularly become an issue. There are other areas also like Rajasthan, Orissa, and Chhattisgarh, Northeast, entire Northeast. There also this poverty is between 30 to 40%. So large group of population has to be addressed where the affordability is the concern. And in the pandemic situation, it was estimated that almost half of the population has gone under the below poverty line. The urban poor are also increasing. India's focus in reducing malnutrition and ending hunger has been in the villages. In what way could urban people living in slums with inadequate sanitation and water facilities and spending a large part of their income on food becomes a part of government's strategy to end hunger? This is again a big question. So urban population is increasing, and people, when they are migrating, they add to the slums. And in village, the all production system is in the villages, and the consumption system largely is in urban areas these days. So we have to tackle the food security system or sustainable food system for urban poor also. So when we talk of food security in India, the situation is very different. There are 195 million undernourished people in India, which is a quarter of world's hunger burden. And roughly 43% of the children are chronically undernourished. India ranks 17 out of 113 major countries in terms of food security index. We saw hunger index. Now, when we say food security index, we are 17 out of 113. The last, India lags behind, far behind in terms of quality protein input. As we see, our as the cereals have increased, so the deficiency of pulses and protein is there in the food. When we say we are largest in terms of somewhere we are first, somewhere we are second, but this is not a point to be complacent, because our productivity is very low. Not only low in comparison to developed countries or China, when we are comparing with China, but it is also low in comparison to the world's average, which includes all underdeveloped and developed nations. So there is still a scope of increasing the productivity. This is what it indicates. Even within the country, there is a large variation in the productivity. The wheat productivity of Haryana and Punjab is about 5,000 kg per hectare, 5 tons per hectare, where in other parts, but the average is 3 tons only. It means somewhere it is, the productivity is even less than 3, 2 or 1.5. So we have to address the productivity level also, that the productivity increases so that we can take care of the increased population, and the net production also increases on the same land, because land is constant now. It is not going to increase. So on the same land, we have to have higher production, and increasing the productivity is key to this. There are technologies available for increasing productivity. Each has merits, and technology is available. Each one can be discussed in detail, but I'm only enlisting here what are the technologies of efficiency, boom boom sichai, crop, more crop per drop of crop. All these things are in progress in the country. Then there's a protected agriculture to take care of the weather situation. Then there is a regenerative agriculture, which takes care of the soil health, because our soils are already degenerated at several places and also depleted, because constantly taking crops on the soil has depleted nutrients from the soil. And when the nutrients are not there in the soil, it will not come in the crops also. So the regenerative agriculture practices are there. We, in large extent, have reclaimed sodic and acid soil, but still there are sodic soils with pH 8.5 and above, and acidic soils pH 6 and low. So on these soils, when we are cultivating, particularly the coastal area of eastern India, West Bengal, Assam, even Orissa, these have acidic soils, and the cultivation practices are totally different from North Indian or Punjab, Haryana, UP, Rajasthan, Gujarat type of soil, where the pH is high and we have to put additional amendments besides fertilizer or nutrients, so that the nutrient uptake is proper. Climate smart agriculture has been introduced. There are contingency plans also available. In India, we have also introduced climate smart villages. And this is, of course, at initial stages. So many practices of climate smart agriculture is there. It is weather-based advisory system, which is in operation. Then conservation agriculture is there, where zero tillage and recycling of crop residues, these things are practiced. And then there are other technologies about, which means genetically you can improve the cultivars, the varieties of the crop, and have higher productivity. Similarly, for biofortified cereals and other crops are there, where you can fortify your cereals with micronutrient. This was flagged by other speaker also yesterday. And there are a lot of other technologies which are area specific are available, which have to be adopted by the farmers, and it has to be taken to farm so that the productivity can increase with sustainability, because you are also taking care of the soil health. So if the soil health remains okay, or we keep on building our soils rich in nutrients, probably we are regenerating our system of higher yields, and also making the soil rich with the other nutrients, so that we get healthy crop. And when crops are healthy with all nutrients, essential nutrients, then the food also will have those essential nutrients. Then there are other techniques which are popular, like vertical farming, hydroponics, aquaponics. These are the along with this, because this also takes care of the rooftop gardening, and in limited area, in room situation, in closed situation, you can cultivate. So additional area can come through these, and these are also very high productive system. Vertical farming means on a lesser area you are producing more farm produce. Particularly, it is suitable for vegetables, leafy vegetables, and other things. So these new techniques are available, which has to go because our productivity levels are very low in the world, and by increasing the productivity, we can have higher production. Then there are this was the technology, but from the government side also there are a lot of developmental schemes, supportive schemes are there, which takes care, which help taking the technology to the farm, and resources, building resources. Then there's a Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, which enhance the physical access to water on the farm and expand cultivated area under assured irrigation. Har Khet Ko Pani is the slogan. Then there is a huge program of Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, under which there are several schemes. Talk of solar energy for the farm, you can have under this anything. Support of for micronutrient application, this is also under this theme. So there are several program embedded in Krishi Vikas Yojana. Then the soil health card was issued so that our depleted and degraded soils are regenerated. There's a National Food Security Mission, which is this mission also take the climatic factors, and then the mission for sustainable agriculture. Both of these addresses to the climate factor also, besides increasing the productivity. Mission of integrated development of horticulture is there, because horticulture cannot be left alone. This is a national mission. And then there is a mission on oilseed and pulses for promoting domestic production of oil palm, and particularly oil palm. The target is 1 million hectare in next 5 years. So oil production probably will get a surge. Then there are agriculture is a state subject. So besides the Prime Minister's different schemes, there are state schemes also, which are state specific, and huge government support is there to enhance the agriculture production and productivity. In our country, we have a National Food Security Act, which is also known as Right to Food. This means this provides subsidized food grain to approximately 2/3 of country's 1.3 or 1.35 million people through public distribution system, which covers roughly 800 million or more, about 60% population providing ration on subsidized rate. Government now claims that this year we have touched even 1 billion because of pandemic situation. Then schemes like midday meal, and there are others for pregnant mothers. So there are several schemes to take care of the food security and national security. Then in this pandemic, you must have heard that 5 kg cereal and 1 kg of dal was distributed free of cost to each person, not per family, per person, to about 800 million migrant workers. This is 80 crores. 80 crore migrant worker or rural population or even urban population was provided the food, 5 kg cereal and 1 kg dal. 80 crores, not 80 millions, 80 crores, and not per family, per person. So this is how the special programs are also driven, like the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, which was introduced in the pandemic period. Then the Manrega is there, which ensures 100 days of wage employment, which is to provide financial security so that people can purchase, so purchase power. And out of that, we are also creating a central pool of for stocking food grains, so that whenever there is an emergency, like in pandemic, there was an emergency, and any other time under PDA system, we can distribute the food. So a central pool of food grain stock is always there, and Food Corporation of India supports this program in a great way. So there was a stock of food grain. Each time it is increasing, and only in this year, June 2021, our stock has crossed 101 million cereals. June 2021, the food stock with FCI was 101 million. It's a question of surplus. Of course, managing this, and it is not wasted open in the warehouses or at mandis. This is also a big challenge. So this is how, but what is how we conclude? We have seen that there is enough food available, surplus is available as far as cereal is concerned, but we are very short of pulses and protein intake. So we have to take care of the protein intake, and the programs of pulses in field is there. But there are traditional systems of pulses, like very too many leguminous trees are there in the forest system or agroforestry, like Kher, Sangri in Rajasthan, and there are many other local foods available. So that has also to be promoted. Some of the millets, particularly, which are known as a nutri-food or nutri-cereals, some of these millets are to be there. So diversification of crops, diversification of our food habit and systems, and procuring from the traditional systems has to also be there, so that we have different diversified food for balanced. Then productivity increase is there, and we have a target of about 350 million tons of food grain in 2030. In the year 2030, we must have something like 350 million tons. Today, we have more than 308 million tons of food, cereal production, food grain production. But in 2030, we are supposed to have a food grain production of 350 million tons. And we are sure to get it, because the technologies are available, and the yield gap which is there, it can be minimized and we can get higher production. Then there is also need of creating awareness about balanced food in the public, in the masses, so that the malnutrition, particularly the undernourishment or the protein hunger, that is not there. So with the diversification, with the integrated farming system, taking cattle also together, so that livestock and farm both together can also increase to the protein, besides the food grain, the protein coming from the crops. The livestock can also provide a good amount of protein. So integrated farming systems, not only the field crops, but peri-urban agriculture will also become part of this in integrating the system. So there are solutions available on the technology sides, on social side, for reducing the food shortages. We have to really increase not only our warehousing, but also the transportation system and the food habits, the household systems, so that the food is not wasted even while it has been purchased and wasted in household. So right from production, threshing and harvesting to the consumption point, there are processes where we can check our losses of the food grain and vegetables, etc. So there are systems available, and though we have adequate mechanism for supplying of food grains in needy situation, but we have to take care of undernutrition or malnutrition or balanced nutrition, so that sustainability of the food system is there, and the whole system in terms of natural resource of human health remains there. So thank you very much at this point. And this is the silver jubilee year of Manav Rachna institutions. I hope that now the visionaries in the institute, there is a galaxy of visionaries available with the institute, and they'll be preparing for the golden jubilee year 25 years after this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for apprising all of us on the Indian perspective on sustainable system for food and nutritional security. Also, you very well stated how the pandemic situation, just like we are already in, like COVID, can actually pose a really big hazard on this system. And what are the different technologies by which we can actually work upon and diminish the post-harvest losses. So thank you again, sir, for taking out time and apprising all our participants for the day. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon and request Dr. Pradeep Kumar, sir, our Honorable PVC from MRIIRS, to kindly address our participants for the day.
Thank you. Good morning, all available here on this seminar. I'm happy to see the topic and the way it has been taken care by the organizer, especially led by Professor Jeel Khanna, Dr. Rijvi, Dr. Geeta Thakur, and Dr. Deva Sanghi. It's quite impressive to know that you're organizing this webinar on this topic, sustainability of food, a global perspective. I was listening to the guest of honor, Dr. Shotria, and I've noted very good points, the way he was explaining about the healthy soil, healthy production, and healthy ecosystem. Yes, so it starts from this healthy soil. So if water pollution is not there, soil is of quality, then we have now grown up and have the various techniques as far the production is concerned, and also how this system can be made a healthy ecosystem. I was going through the list of galaxy of eminent speakers and the way you have selected topics. It will help all the participants to learn, especially new topics on urban farming, biodiversity, climate change. These are topics which are the need of the hour. And as researcher, as student, as faculty members, we should focus on these emerging areas, how the technology can be used, whether it is sensor technology, drone technology, or any statistical model. Now, even we are talking about the artificial intelligence, the role of artificial intelligence in the agriculture. So these are the technology area where we can learn and see how the system can be good. So I'm happy with all the organizers and wish all the best to all the participants, and my wishes to the speakers. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Pradeep sir. I would like to thank you for your cooperation and support in conducting the event. And thank you very much for appreciating our work in conducting the webinar and in dissemination of knowledge related to food sustainability, and your dialogue or views, usage of technology in agricultural practices are to increase the sustainability of food. Thank you very much for sharing your views, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting a vote of thanks. On moving ahead for the first session of our day 2, I would like to welcome Dr. Pushpalata. I would just like to introduce her. She is a senior scientist fellow at Dairy Daikon Nanobiotechnology Center, India. She is also the area convener of Center of Excellence in Agriculture in the Sustainable Agriculture Division of TERI and the acting director of TERI Daikon Nanobiotechnology Center. She received her PhD degree in genetics from Delhi University, India in 2006. She has worked as a research associate in All India Institute of Medical Sciences from 2007 to 2009. After this, she joined University of Delhi as a deputy scientist in a Center of Excellence project on genetics of two autoimmune disorders, rheumatoid arthritis and ulcerative colitis, and worked from 2009 to 12. She has over a rich 15 years of extensive research experience in the field of genetics, molecular markers, and computational genomics. Ma'am is going to speak on food production, traditional and modern practices. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Divya, for a kind introduction. I'm going to share my screen. I hope my screen is getting shared.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
All right.
I just request you to please make it on a slideshow. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. So I am from TERI, and I, at the onset, would like to thank you for inviting me for a talk in your conference. The topic of my talk is nanoformulations of agri-inputs for attaining sustainability in agriculture. So starting with what is TERI? TERI, the Energy and Resources Institute, is an independent multidimensional organization, and we work towards developing sustainable solutions for a range of fields: agriculture, climate, energy, environment, habitat, health, and nutrition. And we do so by doing research, developing policy, and providing consultancy. TERI has 6 regional centers and around the same number of international headquarters. So we have regional centers in Bangalore, Goa, Guwahati, Mukteshwara, Mumbai, and international headquarters in Delhi, Tokyo, America, Europe, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, and Utrecht. Coming to agriculture, so I'll not develop or talk too much about the problems that are pertaining in agriculture that are there in Indian agriculture at present. And I'll come straight to the solutions that are provided by TERI in developing sustainable solutions for agriculture. We have 2 different kinds of approaches. One is a well-known approach using mycorrhiza as a biofertilizer. We have Center for Mycorrhiza Research working in this direction. I'll just give a glimpse about what kind of research is going on in Center of Mycorrhiza Research today, and I'll talk in great detail about what we are doing in the second approach, which is using innovative nanotechnology. We are trying to develop nanotechnology-based applications for agriculture, and we are working towards development of nanofertilizers and nanopesticides, primarily for reducing the carbon footprint and enhancing food productivity. So I would just like to tell you that for Center for Mycorrhiza Research, we have the world's biggest facility for mycorrhiza production in Goalpahari, Gurugram, Haryana. I'll talk about this production facility also, but in the beginning, what is mycorrhiza? So mycorrhiza is a special group of fungi which comes under Glomeromycota, and they make association with plant roots and help plant achieve nutrition from soil. Even the fixed nutrition, fixed form of phosphorus, they can derive from soil. They can also provide plants, they also help plant roots to access water, nutrition, and also protect them from pathogen attacks. So this is kind of a sustainable solution where we do not have to apply chemical fertilizers so much. And when mycorrhiza is applied to the field, productivity enhancement is there. My screen is not changing. Yeah. So we have the world's largest and unique culture collection of two major categories, arbuscular mycorrhiza fungi and ectomycorrhiza fungi. So arbuscular mycorrhiza fungi are a group of endomycorrhiza fungi. They grow inside the plant root, and ectomycorrhiza fungi, as the name suggests, they grow on the surface of the plant root, and then they make association for giving benefit to the plant, and they also get benefits to the plant in terms of deriving food from them. So TERI maintains cultures from North American mycorrhiza culture collection as well. And we have got facilities for molecular characterization, identifying different species of mycorrhiza, grouping them under different categories that they provide benefits to specific species of plants or specific groups of plants in different terrains. So we have done all those kind of mapping, and mycorrhiza can be grown in natural condition as well as under aseptic in vitro condition. Now, when we grow them in greenhouse, what are the production-based problems? So just a second, yeah. So there are high cost of production involved there. It requires vast tracts of land for host plant, seasonal as the organism grow with plant roots. So this become dependent upon the season. It involves high cost of transportation, and the foremost is it involves when we grow it in open soil, then there are chances that unwanted species also grow along with it. So there are high chances of contamination. So TERI has developed in vitro technology for culturing mycorrhiza. And what are the benefits of this in vitro technology? So we are using aseptic media and growing them under aseptic conditions in class 1,000 or 10,000 kind of laboratories. So what we get from such in vitro cultures is just opposite of what we get otherwise from the field. So we have high quality of viable, healthy, genetically pure desired species, and low cost of production is involved. It can be produced throughout the year. There is no seasonal dependency, and there is very low cost of transportation as we supply highly concentrated material. And it meets cross-boundary regulation as well, as there are no pathogens involved and and it is not soil-based. So this is, and I would again like to tell you that TERI has got the biggest mycorrhiza production facility, and it being a biofertilizer gives a sustainable solution for agriculture. Coming to TERI DK Nanobiotechnology Center, as the name suggests, this center is developed in collaboration with Australia. So this is a collaborative work of India and Australia government. The partners are TERI and Deakin University from Australia. So we started for identifying alternate solutions for sustainable agriculture. And we realized that nanobiotechnology can bring in certain and sustainable changes in agriculture. This joint program started with inducting a PhD student and taking up new faculty for carrying out nanobiotechnology research. So nanobiotechnology is an interdisciplinary science which involves biology, and besides biology, it involves lots of physics and chemistry. So as I said, we started with HDR program, and in 2017, we came up with a new world-class facility, and this facility for carrying out nanobiotechnology science at TERI Gurugram is one of its kind in the Asia, and we are leading in nanobiotechnology based science or nanosciences in India at present when it comes to agriculture. So the center aims to take global space through the nanobiotechnology intervention in sustainable agriculture, environment, and energy by employing or developing multidisciplinary approaches, tools, and technologies. What we are doing at the center, we are into synthesis of nano agromaterials to achieve sustainability in agricultural practices, efficient small, when I am saying nano, actually the application of fertilizer from say 3 bags full of urea or 3 bags full of phosphorus gets reduced to a bottle of fertilizer. So these nanomaterials are highly efficient and small dosages can do big wonders. They are also very helpful in mitigating environmental related problems because TERI is using green or biological approach for developing these nano agromaterial. We are also developing, in addition to nano fertilizers and nano pesticides, we are also going ahead for developing different application methods for application of nano fertilizers and nano pesticides. We are into seed coating. So the nano fertilizers are directly coated over the seed and applied to the field. The seed coated with nano fertilizer is applied to the field. So whatever appropriate amount of nano fertilizer is required by the plant is coated over the seed and then it goes into the soil. So there is no excess of fertilizer, there is no waste of fertilizer, which is, when we apply a large amount of fertilizer, it percolates to different columns in the environment, soil and water columns, and it contaminates there. However, when we are using seed coating technology, it is the material is directly on the seed and taken up by the plant, and we are achieving around 95% efficacy. So only 5% of it is getting wasted. So it is protecting the environment and benefiting the plant in a big manner. We are also working towards using these nanomaterials for food preservation. We are also developing innovative solutions for cleaner and greener energy, specifically for solar energy. So nanomaterials are being used for developing solar-based technologies in our center. So coming to nanobiotechnology, the term refers to the intersection of nanotechnology and biology. It is a discipline in which tools from nanotechnology are developed and applied to study biological process. Nanoparticles can serve as not only as fertilizers and pesticides that I'm going to explain today, but they can also serve as probes, sensors, or they can be used in vehicular fuels, and they can also be used as vehicles for biomolecular delivery in biological systems. It promises to recreate biological mechanisms and pathways in a form that is useful in other ways. So the father of nanotechnology is Richard Phillips Feynman. He was given Nobel Prize in 1965. Nanobiotechnology was initiated by the development of atomic force microscope that enables imaging at atomic level. So when I say nano in Greek means dwarf and undetectable by the human eye. It is around 1 billionth of a meter. Nanomaterials can occur naturally as well as can be created for different purposes. And use of nanomaterials spans across a wide variety of industries from healthcare, cosmetics, agriculture, environmental preservation, and climate change. There are various types of nanoparticles. They can be polymer based, they can be DNA based, they can be artificial, they can be natural, they can be synthesized. So based upon these, there are 4 categories which have been defined. And according to nanoform of the ingredient, nanocarriers loaded with active ingredient, then active ingredient converted to nanoform. According to synthesis, they can be biologically synthesized, physically synthesized using physical method, or synthesized using chemical methods. According to chemical nature of nanomaterials, they can be organic, inorganic, or composite based. According to degradation nature of nanomaterials, they can be biodegradable or non-biodegradable. So when it comes to agriculture, there are several applications of nanomaterial in agriculture. including nanofertilizers, nanopesticides, nano-enabled sensors, and they help in increasing crop yield. So how they help in increasing crop yield is by increasing the efficacy. Nanomaterials, as I said, it is very small in size. So when it becomes small in size, there is increased surface area to volume ratio. So when there is increased surface area to volume ratio, the chance of interaction of nanomaterial with biosurfaces increases, and it ultimately results in higher efficacy of nanomaterial. We can, by using nanomaterial, we can also achieve controlled release of nanomaterial. So nanomaterials can then be designed in a manner that they release the payload when a particular pH is met, or when a particular temperature or humidity condition is met in the environment. So when the plant requires the nanomaterial may then be synthesized in a manner that it is released at around that particular time only and is not available throughout the plant growth. So then we require lesser amount of agro material in comparison to the bulk material, which are otherwise available throughout the plant growth or randomly applied and applied in a very, very high concentration. Here we are talking about application in a very small dose, and that too using controlled release method. And it enhances productivity, suppresses diseases. They may complement or replace conventional fertilizers and pesticide and reduce the environmental impact. So why India need nano agro products? We see that even after remarkable success in agriculture sector, India is facing problems of stagnant productivity, and natural resources are degrading, and there are impacts on climate as well because of improper use of chemical fertilizers. The soil is also degrading. So there is an urgent need of sustainable agriculture practice to support farmers. And nano, as I'm explaining, that it is required in a very small amount as compared to the bulk fertilizer, may provide or has been accepted to provide as a sustainable solution. I'll talk about fertilizer control order a little later. So when we look at the global market for nanofertilizers, nanopesticides, and nanocarriers, we see that there is a surge in the demand, and the demand is continuously increasing for both nanofertilizers and nanopesticide, as well as for nanocarriers. So nanocarriers are the material which can deliver nanofertilizers and nanopesticide to the plant, and they are synthesized for controlled release of nanofertilizers and nanopesticide and the delivery then happens in a controlled manner and also in a targeted manner to the crop. So the demand is very high in the market at present. And the vision is to bring one bag full of agrochemical to one bottle of agrochemical only. The other things are, in addition to it being effective, efficacy is very high. As I said, we are able to achieve around 95% of efficacy. So of the total material that is applied to the agriculture, around 95% of it is being utilized by the plant or taken up by the plant, and only 5% of it is getting wasted. So one is high efficacy. The other thing is that it is cost effective. And when we use biological synthesis approaches or green synthesis approaches, they become eco-friendly, safe, and also easy to scale up. So we are aiming to develop nanofertilizers and nanopesticides for different crops, which can work under different agroclimatic conditions to reduce fossil fuel emission, any water contamination, and increase soil health. The farmer also does not need to carry a heavy load, and it will also reduce subsidy payment by half. So coming to innovations that we have done in TERI, we are trying to use industrial waste or natural waste feedstocks for developing our nanofertilizer. We are working on surface chemistry attenuation for minimal environmental impacts. We are using microbes as biofactories and trying to make the nanomaterials in the safest possible way so that there are no occupational hazard while development of it and also during the application of the nanomaterial. So when the nanomaterial is getting released in the environment or going to the field, even then they are not causing any damage to environment or human health. And we are also trying to develop it in a climate smart manner. Herein, I would like to tell you that when we worked from 2011 to 2018, the results were quite successful, and realizing this, Government of India supported us with National Center of Excellence for Advanced Research in Agriculture in 2019. This is first of its kind research platform in India, which endeavors to carry out end-to-end research. When I say end-to-end research, we are involved in development of innovative products. We also carry out complete physico-chemical characterization and then go for safety assessment and life cycle analysis using both aquatic and terrestrial environmental model system, and also the guidelines, the OECD guidelines and the Indian guidelines, which is recently developed. So we are following all these guidelines for ensuring safety of the nanomaterials that are developed. And we also carry out large-scale consecutive years field trials with Indian Council of Agriculture Research Institute. Multiple fields are used, and over 2 consecutive years, we try these products and we develop our nanomaterial, which are now ready to be given to the farmers. I'll talk more about it. So the available technologies at present in Terry Deakin Nanobiotechnology Center are, we have certain nano fertilizers, we have certain smart delivery system that are completely developed. Safety assessment analysis have been carried out, and also life cycle analysis and field trials have completed for all these nano fertilizer and nano carrier material. We have certain upcoming technologies which also involve nanopesticides besides nanofertilizers and smart delivery systems. So the 2 developed nanofertilizers include nanophosphorus, and the other one is zinc iron nanocomposite. The USP of Terry, as I am explaining, is it is developed through biological route. So there is very minimal chance of toxicity to environment. Very use efficiency of these nanofertilizer has been realized, and it can reduce the conventional fertilizer application dosage by 50%, and they are actually applied in only a few grams per acre. So this slide actually presents data from our laboratory, where we see that when this is XRF result, and we see that when in the panel B, if we look at the 4 sub panels, the first panel is untreated control, plant control. The second panel is hydroxyapatite, a phosphorus source, nanohydroxyapatite, which is acting as a phosphorus biofertilizer and is synthesized using a biogenic approach. The third column is for nanophosphorus, which is derived from rock phosphate, again using a biogenic approach. And the fourth column is for DAP, the bulk fertilizer. And we see that the use efficiency of both the biogenic fertilizer is significantly high in comparison to bulk fertilizer. So we have a state-of-art facility available at Terry Deakin Nanobiotechnology Center, which involves complete characterization of nanomaterial, nano safety assessment, and also scale up for field trials. So the thing is that prototypes are being developed in India. We are the leading institute, but there are certain other industries also, rather multiple industries now coming up and investing in the nano fertilizer development. Still, the market scenario is not so good. This is because there was, till recent, a lack of clarity for regulation and registration for commercialization of these products among the stakeholders. So in 2019, and why this regulation becomes important is, since the nanomaterials have large surface area to volume ratio, their chance of interaction with biological surfaces increases. And if they are designed in a safe manner, then they may not cause any toxicity. But if used in very high dosage or not synthesized in a safe manner, they can get inside the human system, as well as they can also interact with various environmental biological systems, and also get into the food chain and impact the environment as well as the human health systems. So it is very important to characterize all the nanomaterials that are synthesized before they are released in the environment. So complete characterization and then assessment for their safety becomes very important. And therefore, regulatory tools are very important before these nanomaterials are released in the environment. So realizing this, Government of India also supported TERI to develop guidelines for evaluation of nano-based agri-input and food products in India. So this is a DBT project where several other institutions participated, and also TERI participated. Contribution by TERI has a special mention in the guideline, and we were all involved in development of guidelines for evaluation of nano-based agri-input. And this guideline got released in 2020, and in 2021, FCO also included regulation of nano fertilizer in its guideline. Now the industries are, nano is the buzzword in the market, and industries are pacing up to develop nano fertilizer or to market nano fertilizers and nano pesticides. So there is a great demand, not only in the global market, but also in the Indian market for nano fertilizer, since the government of India is looking at nano fertilizer as an alternative, as a sustainable alternative for bulk fertilizers. So in nano safety, characterization of nanomaterials become very important. They need to be characterized for different dimensions and parameters. What is its pristine size? So we do it using transmission electron micrography. What is its size when it interacts with water system? Because when we are applying nano fertilizers, they will be applied in the field, and then when the field will be when water will be supplied to the agriculture field, there will be interaction of nano fertilizer with the supplied water. So what would be the transformed size of the nanomaterial, and how that transformed material will then interact with plants, whether it will support plants, and how also it will interact with the other biota that is present in the rhizosphere. Would it impact them negatively, or would it be not impacting them in a negative manner? So all that needs to be seen. For that, characterization of nanomaterial is very, very important in its pristine form, as well as when it is dissolved in water or suspended in water. So there are different tools for checking that. That is hydrodynamic diameter is checked, zeta potential is checked, what is its polydispersity index, then X-ray diffraction to characterize the nanomaterial that has been developed. Then we also do FTIR to check the molecules present on the surface of the nanomaterial, because those molecules will also be interacting with different biological surfaces, including the plant system, and then conferring benefit or harm to those systems. So there are various methods that we use for characterization, and we also go by the guidelines that got published from Indian side. We have given all these inputs, and we ourselves also follow all these guidelines when we test our nanomaterial. So there are various terrestrial model systems, aquatic model system, and human toxicity model system. And we use specific OECD guidelines, and they have also been adapted in the Indian guidelines, and we use them for safety assessment. So normally the flow of work is synthesis and physicochemical characterization of the nanoagromaterial. Then we go for ecotoxicity assessment in vivo, ex vivo, in vitro, using different kind of model system. Characterizations are done using DLS, TEM, SEM, XRD, DSC, zeta potential is done, electrical conductivity is done, and then chemical composition is looked after. So why this is done? Because both size and shape of nanomaterial, along with the modifications that are being done for making it useful or for making it slow release, all those things play important role in safety assessment as well as efficacy of the applied nanomaterial. So all these things are done. I'm going to present you a little example of nanophosphorus and nano iron based nanomaterials that we have done. And we check it in first the PGPR bacteria, we found it safe. Then we check it in microalgal species and we again found it safe. And then we tested it in C. elegans. And since C. elegans is a transparent system, we can actually see how the nanomaterial is taken up by C. elegans, in which different organs it is traversing, it is going, and when it is excreted, does it get transformed? So if it gets transformed and then it is taken up by, C. elegans is entering in the food web, then the transformed material will be interacting with the higher up in the trophic level. So we need to test all those things before we go for release of these nanomaterial. Here I'm presenting how biologically synthesized material are superior over chemically synthesized nanomaterial and further superior over bulk sources. So in all our tests, we found that when the biological, chemical, and bulk sources were compared for phosphorus-based nanofertilizer, we found that biologically synthesized nanomaterial was most safest. We also did tests on zebrafish model systems. So we checked for heart rate, survival rate, deformities, vascular development, and we also tagged nanomaterial to see whether it was taken up by zebrafish and which all organs it was going to, and if there were deformities observed in those organs. And again, we found the same trend that biologically synthesized phosphorus or iron zinc nanocomposite was superior and safer over chemically synthesized and bulk sources. So we also do a battery of tests on human and animal cell culture. So we have these facilities and we also carry out a battery of tests for human system, and using tagged nanoparticles. We also go for seeing live and dead cells when these nanomaterials enter inside the human cells in vitro, and observations are made. And here also we observe that biologically synthesized phosphorus-based nanomaterial and iron and zinc-based nanomaterial is more safer as compared to chemically and bulk PSOs when applied at the same dosages. Coming to the benefits of plant, we have studied in on two different plants. What I'm presenting here is two different plants. Otherwise, we have again tested multiple species. And we have tested them across different types of soil: acidic soil, soil with pH around 6.5 to 7, and then alkaline soil. And observations are made at 15 and 30 days. And we see benefit in terms of biomass. So when compared to control, and application dosage of 12.5 ppm, 100 ppm, and 1000 ppm, you see that at 30 days, we have significant benefit in terms of biomass in case of rice, in acidic soil, as well as in normal soil. In case of tomato, it is there in case of alkaline soil as well. So this I have already presented. Thank you so much. These are certain references and acknowledgement to Department of Biotechnology for supporting our work. And we are now ready with products. Terry Deacon Nanobiotechnology Center, again, for supporting the work, and collaborators from AIMS, Professor Amit Denda, and from Deakin University, Australia, Professor Aaron Schulz. They collaborated in a very intricate manner. Professor Amit Dinda is known for nanobiological sciences in the pharmaceutical field, and he is also an expert of nanoscience. So he is continuously collaborating with us when nanomaterial development is concerned. And Professor Aaron Schulz is helping in testing our nanomaterial in different aquatic systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for enlightening all of us on the modern practices for food production and also throwing light on the nanobiological sciences. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing time. I would like to request the participants, if they have any questions with respect to the talk delivered by ma'am, they can please unmute themselves and can come up with their questions. Or else you can also post down your questions on the chat box and we may take them simultaneously. Well, I think, ma'am, the presentation was self-explanatory. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead to the next session, I would like to introduce our next speaker for the day. That's Dr. Hina Yadav. She is a professional in the field of food safety and nutrition. Currently, she is working as a technical officer at Food FSSAI. Dr. Yadav has a PhD in the area of food safety, and she is a national level resource person for FSSAI FOSTAC program and has been a trainer for several trainings of food businesses, third-party audit agencies, and regulatory officials. She has worked on various documents related to food hygiene training, FSMS, guidelines for COVID-19 pandemic, etc. She was also a panel member for formulation of Indian standards on food safety and hygiene, code of practice for food businesses during pandemic situations with specific reference to COVID-19 at Bureau of Indian Standards. She has been associated with FSSAI Eat Right India initiatives and is a project lead for FSSAI's initiative such as Hygiene Rating Scheme and Safe Food, Share Food initiative. We welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am will be sharing her views on FSSAI initiatives towards ensuring sustainability in food systems.
Thank you for a kind introduction, Divya. I'll quickly start with the presentation. I can see that we are running a little behind the schedule, so I'll try to be as quick as possible as well.
Thank you.
Can you confirm it's on full screen mode?
Yeah, it's visible.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Initiatives. Before I move ahead, FSSAI is the food safety regulator of the country, responsible not only for the food safety part, but also for ensuring wholesome food to the citizen. Before I start with the initiatives, I would briefly like to discuss about the key problems that are that we've identified in the food supply chain. So if you see on your screens, you can see some figures. The first figure focuses on the food waste, which is happening in the food processing cycle. So latest UNEP study indicated that almost 50 kg per capita food per year is wasted. Then this figure is for per person, in India. Then if you look, one of the data collection that we did in our different states, we could find that almost 105 million liters of oil is discarded from the food businesses every year. This is the used cooking oil which is coming out. That is another potential source of food waste. Then moving ahead, if you see 9.46 million tons of annual plastic waste is generated in India. And 43% of the plastic used for packaging is mostly single-use plastic. And I'm sure the current pandemic situations have further increased the percentages of plastic which is being used. Moving ahead, what is the solution to this problem? The problem lies not at any one point, but in the entire food supply chain. And sustainable food systems are actually the solution to it. It's a high time that we need to see sustainability as one of the key focus while producing food and even managing the entire supply chain as well. Sustainable solutions needs to be applied on each step of food production cycle. And FSSAI, focusing on the same, has started Eat Right India initiative, which focuses not only on providing safe and wholesome meals, but also ensuring that sustainable food systems are adopted in the entire food supply chain. Eat Right India initiatives focus, it's a judicious mix of regulatory, capacity building, collaborative and empowerment approaches to ensure that sustainable food systems are adopted at various steps. Moving ahead, briefly about the Eat Right India movement. Eat Right India movement is a multi-sectoral, multi-government movement going on in the country to ensure safe, wholesome and sustainable food. FSSAI is currently hosting it. The three key pillars of Eat Right India movement are Eat Safe, Eat Healthy and Eat Sustainable. Eat Sustainable plays one of the crucial roles in ensuring that the safety health goes hand in hand with the sustainable solutions. Moving ahead, the very first pointer that we discussed about was food waste. Now, I'll be introducing Safe Food, Share Food initiative. This focuses on prevention of surplus food waste. First of all, we need to know the difference between the food loss and food waste. I'm sure many of the dignitaries who have spoken yesterday and today have focused on food loss in the agriculture, which usually happens in the production area. This particular initiative focuses on food waste, which is generated in the food supply chain. So a Safe Food, Share Food initiative, the main aim is to prevent surplus food waste generation and ensure that the surplus food is timely donated to those in need so that it doesn't go down into the garbage. So the various steps which have been taken under this initiative, number one and foremost, a very unique and novel idea which has been created is IFSA. IFSA is Indian Food Sharing Alliance. So prior to this initiative, we had a lot of surplus food recovery agencies which were working in their own silos in the country. It was very difficult to understand and to know details of each of these agencies when we want to donate food. Now, IFSA, it is an alliance of these recovery agencies, which helps in creating a collaboration and increasing their outreach. At present, FSSAI has more than 82 plus organizations under IFSA, and their outreach is in more than 100 plus cities. Now, strengthening the IFSA network, we further went ahead and created technology platforms. FSSAI, in collaboration with NASSCOM Foundation, has created an IVR-based helpline. I'm happy to report that this is the first ever emergency food donation helpline of the country. It is very soon to be launched in 3 major cities, which is Delhi, Chennai, and Coimbatore in a few weeks' time. This technology platform helpline is supported by a technology platform in the backend, which captures all the details of the food donation request and how they are donated, the time which has been taken in donation, and reports, etc. Then further, since we are the food regulator, it's really important to understand that food hygiene and safety is the core priority of FSSAI. To ensure that surplus food is donated and distributed in a safe and hygienic manner, regulations have also been notified for recovery and distribution of surplus food. Share Food website is available, which is a repository of the entire data and information on prevention of food waste. You can also find the city-wise details of surplus food industries, surplus food organizations, which are donating in those cities, and the nature of activities that they've been doing. There are various awareness activities which are conducted around Safe Food, Share Food, not only individually for this initiative, but it is an integral part of various FSSAI initiatives as well as various activities that FSSAI has been carrying out with states. This is also one of the core parameters to assess the performance of the states in their food safety indexes. Now, moving ahead, there are 3 campaigns those were launched under Safe Food, Share Food initiative. One of the campaigns was A Small Gesture, A Big Difference, which focused on social gatherings, the celebratory events, weddings, parties. So during the booking of these parties and all, there's a brochure which can be given to the person who's booking for a party, and in advance he can sign up that the food should be handled in hygienic manner and donated timely. A very beautiful campaign which was started in 2018 was Street Food Vendor Has a Heart, where street food vendors across Delhi donated every 11th meal they sold for those who are in need. And these meals were distributed at National Street Food Festival. It was taken up by a few of the IFSA members and distributed across various hunger spots in Delhi. Following Street Food Vendor Has a Heart, we had a campaign called I Have a Heart, where restaurants, hotels pledged to donate 100 packs of food for those in need every month. The concept was that if in an area we have 30 restaurants donating food 1 day a month for 30 days for a hunger spot, people will have at least 1 meal per day. Now, moving ahead, RUCO, another interesting initiative by FSSAI. RUCO is repurposed used cooking oil. Like I mentioned, that 1 million tons of used cooking oil is generated by food industry every year. So it's important that it is, discarded in an appropriate manner. Otherwise, it's another environmental hazard. There's also possibility that if it's not it's not discarded in a proper manner, it may re-enter into the food supply chain. So to ensure that, RUCO adopted a triple E approach, which focused on education, where the customers, the food businesses, everybody was sensitized about the harmful effects of overfrying oils. On the right side of your screen, you can see one of the posters created for the citizens. Apart from that, it's really important to have some enforcing measures in place. So FSSAI notified that the total polar compound of used cooking oil, the oil which is being used for frying by the food businesses, should not go above 25%. And the fresh oil should have a TPC below 15%. Now, also the food businesses in the country who consume more than 50 liters of oils per day are supposed to maintain the record of used cooking oil. So we take records from them that how much quantity of the oil has been generated, then whether the proportional used cooking oil is being generated from that oil, and how they are discarded. So for the discard or disposal of UCO, it's important to create an ecosystem. So FSSAI has created an ecosystem in partnership with Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. We have enrolled biodiesel manufacturers and their aggregators who collect used cooking oil from the food businesses, and this is converted into biodiesel, which is an eco fuel. This not only promotes health but also ensures eco-friendly disposal of used cooking oil, and in turn generates employment. FSSAI is also in process of finding alternate use of used cooking oil apart from biodiesel. So we are looking into the possibility of including UCO in soap manufacture, in lubricants, and any such other initiatives going on in the country. For plastic and water pollution, FSSAI has taken 4 major steps. First of all, it's really important that the food businesses take the responsibility of ensuring that plastic and water waste can be reduced. So FSSAI took commitment from various food businesses. They committed to manage their plastic waste, to reduce plastic pollution, explore alternatives for single-use plastic, and also to conserve water. They also looked into the possibilities of reducing chemical waste coming into the water bodies. Various awareness campaigns have been started to sensitize about the harmful effect of plastic use, campaigns on reduction of plastic use, what are the sustainable alternatives which are available, and how they can be scaled up in the country. Then also, citizens and FBOs have also signed pledged to reduce use of plastic waste, especially single-use plastic waste. On the right side of your screen, you'll see some samples of Eat Right Jhola, which were launched by Honorable Union Minister Health in 2019. The retail chains and all were encouraged to keep such jholas in their stores, which can be reused by the consumers. They are washable. There's also an inter-government collaboration on plastic and water pollution. So Swachhta Hi Seva and Jal Abhiyan are two campaigns under which FSSAI associates for reduction of pollution of water and plastic waste. FSSAI has various initiatives, in the cluster initiatives and various initiatives to implement these 3 pillars of Eat Right India in different sectors. I'm sure most of you will be, aware of Eat Right initiatives like Street Food Hub, then Eat Right Campus, Bhog for places of worship, Eat Right Station for our stations. In all these initiatives, and followed by Eat Right District Challenge for our state regulators, these initiatives play an integral part, not only in awareness, but also in implementation. So when these campuses or stations or hubs are assessed for the level of implementation, sustainability also plays very important part in those inspection matrices. That's all from my end. Thank you. You can know more about these initiatives on Eat Right India website. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really great to know that we are into safe hands by seeing what FSSAI is actually going through or undertaking and proposes to undertake in the near future. I would again request our participants, if they have any sort of questions, they can please come up, or they can post their queries in the chat box so that they can be taken up. All right, ma'am. So there are no questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Moving ahead, I would like to call upon Dr. Lakhvinder Kaur so that she can introduce our keynote speaker for the session 2. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, Divya. Can you
Yes,
able to
ma'am.
hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible, but you're not visible to us.
I think there is some technical glitch, and yeah, because of that, my video is somehow not working. But I'll just try if it can.
Sure, ma'am.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, right, ma'am.
Yeah.
You're visible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Divya, for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to FAHS, our Honorable PVC Sir, Dr. Khanna, Dr. Rizvi, our Dean, Head of Department, Dr. Divya, for placing this such a wonderful conference on sustainable, basically sustainability of food, a global perspective. And in this, we have a number of, we have a galaxy of speakers with us. Under that, we have Dr. Satish Sinha with us today. And before I'll introduce Dr. Satish Sinha, I just wanted to say that there are actually 17 sustainable development goals. And those goals are integrated. That means action in one area will affect the action outcome in the other. And under this sustainable goal, eradication of hunger and end of poverty is one of them. To feed 10 million persons by 2050, we need to get the trade-off right between sustainability, food security, food safety, and make a better use of food already produced. When a significant food problem is identified at any level, a policy guidelines are developed. They ensure the protection of health and safety. So that means policy guidelines aim to improve outcome for all by making clear and unambiguous the policy principles that apply to those jurisdictions and bodies making food regulations. So under this, I think Mr. Satish Sinha, he is an active campaigner and advocate for sustainable development, being involved in the policies to make the regulations work better for the upliftment of community. Mr. Sinha has made a significant contribution towards shaping the current municipal biomedical and e-waste rules for India. He has worked extensively on changing the landscape of mercury management with UNEP in India and at the global level. He has also authored many reports and books on the issues of waste and chemicals. He has been a visiting faculty at International Center for Environment Audit and Sustainable Development. He is Associate Director at Toxics Link, a leading environmental NGO working on the issues related to waste and chemicals. He has also served with Indian Air Force for 20 years. So that means he is a person of better person for our advocacy in the area of sustainability and making rules and regulations and policies with government. So today he'll be talking on food policies which can regulate sustainable development goals. So may I request Mr. Satish Sinha to please address our gathering by his keynote address. Sir, please.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And thank you for such an elaborate introduction of mine. And I'm indeed thankful to Manav Rachna for having invited me to represent my organization here in this meeting, which is absolutely timely and essential to talk about food safety in today's day and age. As an organization, we are an environmental organization and we work essentially on two thematic issues. One is on waste and the second is chemicals. And I like to, and that's where the prism of food safety, we see the prism of food safety from environmental parameters and environmental perspective, and how these two issues, how they are all interlinked. So that's the way that I will present my talk today on food safety. But just going back a little bit in time, as a nation, we were food scarce or food deficient country at some point of time, not too far back when we got independence. And after that, we have had serious food shortages. And then came the time that we had such difficulty in feeding the population of India that we had to augment this. And there were many times we depended on aid from other nations. And that's where came in the great Green Revolution, which transformed the food productivity in India. And today, as we all realize, we are a food surplus country. In some ways, in many ways, we produce enough food. In fact, if you look at the statistics, India, the food production in 1718 was estimated to be 275 million tons. India is the second largest producer of wheat and rice in the world, which is phenomenal. And we have large stocks available with us. We are the largest producer of milk in the world. We had shortages of milk at one point of time. I remember in my childhood that milk was not so easy to get, even in villages. I come from a rural background when I was born. And we still were finding shortages of milk. Today, we are the largest producer of milk and we export a lot of products. We are also the second largest producer for fruit and vegetables in the world. But unfortunately, if you look at the export quantities of fruits and vegetables, we are not a leading country. In fact, a lot of our produce does not become suitable for export in many countries. And the reasons are nothing but safety standards or food standards that are applicable in many countries. I recall, or many of us would recall, how our consignments of mangoes and other things are rejected or not even accepted. In my own few years back, I was sitting in my office and I received a call from the Ministry of Commerce. Secretary called me up and he says, can you help us out? We have a huge consignment of Gore gum, which has been rejected because of dioxin contamination. Now, the ministry was quite baffled by this kind of a contamination of dioxin, and they didn't understand what dioxin was. So I'm just putting a background to the whole thing as to how these kind of contamination and food safety becomes so very, it becomes a trade barrier to many countries. You might have production, but you may not be able to monetize this in the real sense. So these are the challenges. So where we have progressed as far as food security is concerned, we are able to feed all our people at this point of time, though there are different reasons for why some people are not fed. But do we have adequate measures to ensure that there is food safety all around? I think that's something that we need to talk about a bit more and see from all around perspectives, not only policy, what can be done, how it is to be done, who are the people who are actually impacted more because of food safety concerns. So these are all the issues that come to my mind when I talk about food safety. So in a way, food security and food safety are closely interlinked. There are very few places that you'll find that they can be decoupled as two different subjects, and they are not to be talked about in unison. And I think one of the major reasons for food safety to be a matter of concern today are because of health reasons, and we will talk about it. What are the contributing factors to food safety issues? And as we realized that during the Green Revolution also, and after that, today we realize that we have been using chemicals to a large extent to boost up our food production, pesticides. And many of these pesticides, there have been indiscriminate use for a reason that maybe our farmers have not been adequately equipped. Maybe the companies who are selling this or putting this in market do it more aggressively so that they can sell more of their products. So there can be multiple variety of reasons why they're there. But I do see two important contributors to the issue of to the issue of food safety. One is chemical, and the second is the larger environmental parameters or standards that the country follows. I can directly link this to waste, food safety to waste, and that is why it is important to understand what are environmental standards that country adopts and how does it implement, and what are its fallouts on food safety and how does it affect human health and ecology as such. I'll just give a couple examples in India especially and globally also about how does food contamination take place and what has happened. In our own report way back, I am not recollecting the year, but we released a report on the vegetables which are grown on the floodplains of Yamuna River in Delhi. And that was quite an eye-opener at that point of time. And we found that most of the vegetables that we were growing on the floodplains of Yamuna had high levels of heavy metals. And they were all being sold as you crossed Delhi each way. You went Trans-Yamuna, you came from Trans-Yamuna to Delhi, you found fresh, good-looking vegetables being sold on both sides of the road. And people were tempted to buy, people were eating it. And today we have a situation because of these reports and many other reports that have been after that followed up. I think Terry also did a report on vegetable grown on Yamuna floodplains. You are today, the floodplain is not being, there has been a ban on production of food grain or growing of food grains on floodplains of Yamuna, because it has a serious health implication. We have been involved, and so I'm just trying to say that it is the soil and the water which becomes the input material for these vegetables, and they tend to contaminate the food that is grown on the floodplains. So direct relationship between what is the input material, what are the environmental standards for your wastewater, how the river water is being used. So it is clearly demonstrates that there is a direct link between food safety issues and the input material. I'll just quote another study from with Toxics Link. It was done with the help of the Sussex University, collaboration with Sussex and Banaras Hindu University. We were growing food crop from the wastewater being discharged in Varanasi. So we did a study where we grew crops, all kinds of crops, both on the surface, root vegetables and food crops. And leafy vegetables. So all kinds of crops we grew under two different conditions. One was in controlled condition and the second was in wastewater irrigation. And we found that the vegetables that were grown with wastewater had very high levels of lead and cadmium, two major heavy metals. This report was very widely circulated, and we all are aware of it. And it was just that the wastewater which was coming in from the various industries, from the dyeing industry, because Banaras had a lot of sari and other kinds of industry which was there. There was a electrical locomotive carriage industry also there. So all the wastewater that was coming from these industries and household production units that was being used for production of food, and it had very high levels of heavy metals in it. So that's another reason why you could land up with this guy. So what I'm trying to emphasize upon is what are the environmental norms and how do you control these environmental mechanisms or environmental standards. So that becomes key into addressing food safety issues. It can't just be an isolation that you would be only dependent on your rainfall, and that's only input material that you'd use. There was another study that we did on eggs, and we found that eggs that is being we picked up certain samples of eggs from Lucknow, and we sent it out for study and sampling and testing, and we found that it had very high levels of dioxin. So these are normal, reports that we find that clear-cut linkages between either chemicals or the kind of input material that goes into food production that creates problem at certain time. I'll quote another very important event globally that has happened, and that has been a matter of, that's been the most that perhaps was the worst kind of disaster that we all understand today, and that has led to a frame of a convention in today's time and age. That is the Minamata tragedy. If many of you recall that this was in about 1956-57, that a city in Japan, which is Minamata, the people of Minamata were affected by a deadly disease called the Minamata syndrome or the Minamata disease. And when people went into it, they found that it was mercury poisoning through fish that happened to the whole of city, the impacts of which you can feel even today. If you go to Minamata or you visit Minamata, you would realize that people are still facing the impacts of mercury contamination. So it may sound a bit easy to say that food safety is just about how you package or how you deal with additives, but there are much deeper linkages, and it's a very complex web that we need to address. Even today in India also, we tested fish in many parts of the country, many river systems we tested fish, and we found that the fishes, even here or the estuaries, had higher levels of mercury than what is permissible as per the Minamata norms. So I think coming back to it is that it is not it is heavy metals, it is kind of pesticides, the DDT being used at certain point of time as a pesticide for agriculture purposes, certain POPs and pesticides being used as a pesticide in agriculture to stop pest and the destruction of food crops. They all become so critical in ensuring food safety. We just did a study very recently in one of the river systems here in India, and we found very high levels of antibiotics. And these antibiotics, you also find excess levels in your poultry. So these are all concerns. These are the contributing factors that I'm saying from the point of view of chemicals and the kind of environmental connect between food safety and this. And I think this is what, if we talk about sustainability, so I think the larger issue of sustainability is also linked to food safety and how environmental norms, safe environmental systems, cleaner way of dealing with waste, much better of looking at less toxic chemicals. These all contribute to sustainable food production systems. I think they become important to many of our things that we're talking about today. So what are the impacts of this? When we talk about food safety, does it have an impact? It has an impact on human health. And I think there is a very important study by World Bank, which says that unsafe food creates various cycles of disease and malnutrition, that it does. And the effects on developing economy is much more as compared to developed economies, for a reason that our own governance mechanisms are weak, our regulatory frameworks are a little compromised, and we don't have such strong implementation mechanism in our country. And that attributes or that triggers a lot more difficulties in developing economies as compared to developed economies. If you look at the kind of cost that it entails to population, unsafe food still costs India as high as $15 billion. I'm talking in terms of dollars, $15 billion annually. This is a World Bank report that I'm quoting. India, along with China, account for about 71% of the total burden in Asia. That's again phenomenal. You look at the kind of loss in terms of productivity for a nation. Animal source foods estimated to account for 21% of food in India, foodborne. And who are the people who are most impacted? Who are the vulnerable kind of stakeholders or groups in any country, and mostly in developing economies? I would turn to look at the most marginalized section, poorer people, to be the most vulnerable group in our kind of setups. The second vulnerable group, and why the vulnerability is because their nutrition levels are as it is compromised. And if you are still exposed to unsafe food or a food that is not very safe, then you would be further at risk of having diseases which can have long-term impacts. And many times we tend to only see unsafe food as, is about contaminated food and you have stomach problems or there are minor issues and you get well in 3 days time. No, that there are kinds of EDCs and POPs and other kind of chemicals which can have very, very long-term impact, intergenerational impacts also. So it is not that, it has got a short-term impact. Even in low dose exposures can have very long impacts on human health system. So these are larger impacts about what unsafe food can do and how do we take care of ourselves, what can nations do, and what kind of systems do we need in India. In India too, we have an act, we have standards, we have norms for food safety. There are institutions who are involved in ensuring that the food that we get on our table is safe. But to a large extent, we have a lot more distance to cover as far as food safety is concerned. I am not too sure as to how many of us understand this as a normal citizen, what is safe food, but there is a new kind of buzz that we're hearing about, people are scurrying who can afford it. for organic food. So again, that also has many more challenges. So I think, well, we have an act which is there. We have institutions which are there. We heard some speakers talking about it. But we need to do much more on how they are implemented. How do we get better standards? How do we look at more data? What kind of research that a nation engages on? What kind of reports that we have from various kind of universities, institutions like yours that you have been so responsibly doing this in seminar today. I think these all need to factor in. There is another thing that I just like to flag off at this point of time is that how do we look at information to people? What kind of information is available to people on food safety issues? Does it have adequate amount of information when we buy packaged food or any other food? The food that, even the food grains that you get, who certifies that this grain is suitable and it does not have ABCDE or it has got ABCDE? Even the labeling that we have at this point of time on many of these things, how many of us read, how many of us understand, and what does it mean? I think that needs to improve on multiple levels. The last point that I like to make is, so what is the way out from this? How do we improve our food safety standards? I think awareness is one thing, labeling I just mentioned. Taking the last point that I would say, what is the kind of collaborative approach between farmers, between industry, between government, regulatory bodies, the governments, and larger citizens? So I think we need to come together. The farmer doesn't understand how much of chemical to use. The regulation which is there, he can't read, he can't understand. So there are many people, citizens across the country who don't understand what food safety is, but there are larger issues of immense amount of impacts on human health. Some of these diseases are long-term diseases. They cost the country a huge amount of resource, and we need to address many of these issues. So I would like to close here at this point of time, having talked about some of the larger, compelling, contributing factors and what is the way out for addressing issues of food safety. So thank you so much to Manav Rachna and to all the listeners who have been listening on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satish sir. This is really wonderful and eye-opening listening to you, and the way you have said about the issues of food safety, mostly the pesticides, the chemicals which are being released in the environment, and how it has been into the you can say food cycle, and how these are actually impacting the environmental issues and also the health problems. Also, as you talked on the food contamination in India and globally, it is basically what exactly we have seen few before the pandemic, how it occurs, and as it has been largely talked about that there may be some contaminations which have been occurred through the animals, and these food safety issues has to be taken care because they have direct link between the food safety and health. So as you quoted lots of examples, and they have actually give us the insight on how we can prepare ourselves right now to address the problems in future, as UN already has this issue of eradicating hunger by 2050. So it can only happen when we will have been integrated with all the 17 sustainable development goals as you talked about. So I think this is one of the wonderful experiences, learning how this how the food environmental issues and the food safety has been taken care globally. And thank you so much, sir, for addressing our gathering with your words and with your experiences and lots of case studies. Thank you so much. And on behalf of Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, we give you a very warm welcome and thanks once again. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Divya?
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time. And thank you so much, ma'am, for closing the keynote address. Moving ahead for the day, the first speaker for the second session is Dr. Piyush Mohapatra. I would like to introduce him. He has done his BSc in botany with specialization in environmental toxicology from Orissa. After completing his post-graduation, he was associated with some grassroots organizations on biodiversity issues in the tribal districts of Orissa. After a brief stint in a corporate law firm, the former moved to the development sector and worked with Gene Campaign for 3 years. During his tenure at Gene Campaign, he was involved on various policy issues concerning IPR and genetically modified technology. He joined Toxics Links in the year 2006. He has authored many research reports on issues of chemicals safety, primarily on POPs, heavy metals, and endocrine disruptive chemicals concerning India and South Asia. He has represented various national level and inter-ministerial meetings and international conventions on the issues of chemical safety and waste. He is now looking after the chemicals and health program of Toxics Link, focusing on the research and policy aspects of chemical management in the context of health. Sir is also a recipient of the prestigious International Visitors Leadership Program of US Government, Department of State in 2011. We are honored to have you, sir, here. I would like to request you to please take over.
Thank you, Divyaji, and good morning, everyone. And thank you, Manav Ratna, for inviting us for this meeting. I think Satish ji has already started with a new dimension of this whole food issues by talking about the chemicals. So as the Toxics Links work extensively on issues of waste and chemicals, and I'll focus more in the new emerging issue, that is EDCs. I think this is an issue which is being discussed globally, and Toxics Link has started in pioneering the whole work of EDCs in food in India. And my presentation mostly on the EDCs part, because we have many discussion on POPs, heavy metals, other things already being discussed. But this is a new area. I thought it should be discussed and in this platform, and people can take up this research, and maybe new policy can be mooted for that. So before going that, as you know that what is EDC? And EDC is basically an endocrine disrupting chemicals, and these are group of chemicals which has been identified initially by WHO, and it was in international program on chemical safety, and they, according to that group of chemicals, these are basically endocrine disruptors, and these group of chemicals can impact endocrine systems, and which has an intergenerational impact. So, and they are the main cause of many of these diseases, linked with, like, I'll go into the details. So therefore, this whole world has now started identified that which has the properties of linking with this impact on the endocrine system, that should be, regulated and at various levels. So this is the beginning, and this WHO report in 2009, it was a very detailed report, and they have tried to identify the impact of the EDCs on this human health system, as well as the animals, as well as the wildlife. So that is the create the whole bunch of EDCs, and now then WHO also prepared a second report with UNEP and ILO, Indian Labour Organization, International Labour Organizations. That was a basically global assessment of state of science of endocrine disruptor. These reports, I have categorically also identified EDC impact on the food, basically how food is linked with the EDC, and what are the cause and effect of this EDC in the food. And then we are talking about the SDG, which is very critical, Sustainable Development Goal, and this ICCM of SciChem, Strategic Approach to International Chemical Management, which is basically a global, not a typical convention or a mandatory framework. It is working, but it is proposing for chemical regulation, chemical policy for a better chemical management in a voluntary through a voluntary approach, and that identified as a EDC as a potential danger for the human health. And I think this is very in align with the SDG. Now we're talking about Cyclone 2020 has finished. Now in the future, Cyclone 2020, the discussion is happening, and they are more talking about how this EDCs need to be, regulated in various systems, not about, and most of this EDC is on linked with the food system and how and the impact. There is a huge, enormous impact on the environment as well as the human health. So I would like to give that, as I said, that food is an important source of EDC. Many of these pesticides are non-EDCs, and they are being now phased out. Many of the pesticide categories as a POPs in Stockholm Convention. India is ratified the Stockholm Convention. There is a process of phasing out these chemicals is going on, and food additives and many packaging materials. There are various EDCs are linked with these additives and packaging materials. Industrial activity, Satiji already pointed out about the issues of dioxins, and there are many EDCs which are linked mostly produced in unintentional process and more through industrial activities like PCB, air pollutions, like dioxins, fracking boards, and these are also known as EDC. Like also some of the heavy metals like arsenic, lead, they have also the characteristics of EDC, and they can also are a potential endocrine disruptors. Then there are personal and home care products. This is like PFA, triclosan, triclosan. We have also come up with a report, toxic links on the presence of the triclosan in various consumer products. So these are also various factors of EDC, impacting these endocrine systems. And there are also medical care equipments like phthalates, bisphenol A. Bisphenol A also is being used in baby feeding bottles earlier, and toxicity played a key role in phasing out BPA from baby feeding bottles. Also, we are working on this in other products to phase out BPA, because BPA, there are enormous studies has been initiated globally as well as in India, how to to linking with this endocrine disruptor, and there is a number of studies also linking the BPA with the food for food chain systems. So as I said, that there is a well-documented studies has been done on EDCs on health impacts, and these are some of these critical impact of the human health from the EDC. Like they can cause diabetes, obesity, infertility, and early puberty, as well as asthma, heart diseases, and like neuro disorders. All are being linked now with the EDCs. As Satish already pointed out about the Minamata Convention, and in the Minamata Bay, many people got impacted by eating fish, and which is contaminated with the methyl mercury, and and many people got disabled, and it is intergenerational. I have also seen personally many of the people there. So that impact is still being felt. So we need to see, because this is a growing area and new research being happening. So we need to identify where this basically hotspot and where this chemical being used, and so what will be the possible impact on the human health. As I said that there is in European Union and US lots of development research been happening in EDC, and they have calculated the cost of EDC in the systems, and they have calculated, they have tried to monetize the impact of EDCs on the human health, and it's a huge, actually, I would like to see any study from Indian perspective, but unfortunately, as of now, there is no study being conducted from India. So, but this impact is huge, and they have identified some of these chemicals like triclosans, nonylphenols, BPA, flame retardants, many plasticizers like lead, and also the flame retardants, the phthalates, all have linked with this, EDCs, and there is a huge, enormous economic cost to these countries, and this is very important study they have done. And as I said, that all these EDCs may be used in the industrial processes or maybe other processes. But there are studies and there is a direct linkage with EDCs and food. Like we are using so many packaging food, and many of these packaging food contain phthalates, maybe BPA, and that is contaminating the food system. So like many of the preservatives also now being identified as EDC, we have to see which are the chemicals and has been categorized as EDC. As I said that they are the bioaccumulate and in the food chain and led to biomagnification and it's causing the whole problem. So, and diet is preferential exposure pathway to the humans. So this is it's a exposure pathway from various sources. I will not go into details because I have already told about this. So these are the various studies in India on this, and as I said that it's a growing research study in India. We have also tried to find out a report on what are the studies being conducted on EDCs in India, and most of are linked to the food systems. As you see that, PCB is found in the lakes and which is linked with the fish. There are many studies on mercury containing fish. BPA is being found in the food systems, and DDT already we haven't found. POFs has been found in those agriculture systems. So all POFs mean some of the pesticides. So all these, there are a number of studies. Phthalates has been found in the vegetables. So these are the global studies as well as in India. So it's not that the India has been, there are studies not been conducted, but it's a very, still we are in the nascent stage of many of the research linked with the food. With many of the studies, we found that mostly impact on the chemicals in the in situ studies, which is linked with the human health, but we need more studies how it has an impact in the whole food chain system. These are some of the specific Indian studies I would like to cite, like BP has been found in the fruit-based and milk-based baby product, which is being recently reported in 2017. And there is also a study of triclosan being found. Triclosan, we tried to find out, as I said, that in the various cleaning products, we found triclosans, and that been found to be, and that going into the water system and sewage system, and finally dump into the river, and therefore it has been detected in the Kaveri rivers. This study has been found by accumulation of this triclosan. Phthalates have been found in many of the packaging material of the Indian food system. So, and like in milk also there are studies being conducted that like in sambar and also the alcohol also found phthalates. Maybe because of this, this is about the contact materials we're using and what type of products from there. And there is also cross-contamination happening because many of these plastics are being recycled very informal way, and that is coming into the circulation in the as a contact material in many of these food packaging materials. So that need to be also seen. Like PCB is also found many of these, breast milk samples, and that is also very astonishing because PCB India was using PCB in transformer. It is in designated POPs. India has a detailed plan to phase out PCBs, and but still because it's a POPs, as I said that it's a chemical which is very long half-life and still being found in many of these products as of now. DDT still, we have now only allowed DDT. India is the only country is using DDT for vector control, but most of the countries have phased out for DDT from vector control, even for vector control purpose. But still, there is, because it's a very there's a very strong half-life, and it's still being found in the milks, and this you don't, because we have a very little studies on how these chemicals impact. We need a epistemological study, perhaps details of what is happening in the how the health of these chemicals are impacting, but we don't have very probably I didn't come across any detailed studies of this cause and impact of this chemical. But globally there are studies, so therefore globally many developments happening to phase out this chemical. Dioxins, as Satiji also pointed out, that it's a very problematic things. Dioxin is a non-carcinogen, and Stockholm Convention has a global plan to reduce the impact of dioxins. So dioxins mostly released in unintentional burning and processes. So, and it is found in the eggs, and it's a very costly study. I don't know. I'd love to see that there should be more studies. Even Manav Rachna maybe can take up this study, but this study need to be taken up because we are now a loss of waste burning is happening, and incomplete burning leads to DAX in production. So we don't know, and there are also some studies being done by Nish Trivandrum on this. So these are some of the studies, and recently we have come up with a new report and with endocrine disrupting chemicals in food. This is a very detailed, comprehensive database on this. What are these global status of this EDCG in food as well as in India. We have tried to point out these policy frameworks, what are the regulations, what at the optimum level, because as I said, that endocrine disrupting chemicals are mostly man-made chemicals and mostly used in the industrial process, but they penetrate into the food system. So therefore we are more concerned about how this optimum management need to be done. So we are talking about more into the regulatory framework and also both at the upstream and at the downstream level. These are some of the regulations and general, like it's there. So BPA has been now phased out, paints, but these are mostly in the upstream management in the products. Because if you will remove in the phase out in the products, then there will be a positive impact at the downstream, because it will not go into the waste stream, it will not go into the whole circulation in the food chain systems, and so the impact of this chemical will be minimized. These are some of the regulation in EDCG in food. We have some TDI limit under the contaminants and toxins residue regulation under the FSSAI Act. And there is mostly on pesticides, and some of the new chemicals has been added and new changes has been done recently in 2020 by FSSAI, and it's a very good development. I can say that mercury has been restricted, and they have categorized that. That is very important, because they have categorized as a packaged drinking water, vegetables, what should be the limit. And like PCB is a very, very important, and I think really it will help to have a better, safe food for India. And that PCB is very widely available and found because it's a high half-life period. So that need to be regulated. I think that's a new regulation, and also there is being discussion happening in FSSAI. What I read actually about the regulation of BPA in various food, because toxicants work in BPA very extensively, and we wrote to the FSSAI to put a regulations on BPA as well as dioxins. So these are some of the challenges. Already we have discussed about that, the research data, stakeholder engagement. We need some more policy and and institutional linkages. Already we have pointed out. And so I would like to finally say that EDC is a emerging issues and globally, and it is very critical for the sustainable development goal point of view, because the whole SciChem has taken up the issue of EDC, and the SciChem approach to actually to have a better to have a sustainable development goal by 2030. So that is there. The whole motto of the SciChem is that. So I think India has to work on that, and there is need to be cross-learning and cross-talk. All the stakeholders need to come forward, researchers, scientists, policymakers, and like NGO like us. And so we need to work closely for that to minimize the threat. As I said, that there need a policy rebooting also. Like we need to recognize it as a threat, but new regulation, we have a chemical regulation come, which is in the draft stage, and they have categorized first time as a group of chemicals as EDC and how it can impact. So, and there is, I always tell that upstream management, it's very critical, because as Satish has pointed out our study, how it is impacting the waste system. And because if we manage the chemicals at the upstream level, we'll phase out the chemicals, then the downstream impact will be very much minimized. The new research agenda is very critical. We need to come up with new studies. There are globally enormous studies have been conducted on this EDCG and food system, but in India, this study is still limited. Labeling is very critical, because phthalates free, BPA free, these need to be, new chemicals need to be labeled. We are talking more about the classical chemicals being labeled, but that new chemicals like many like PCBs or like, you know, that flame retardants, all these EDCs need to be also be labeled properly. So food regulations is very important. So therefore we need to have a better, regulation to regulate the EDC, and this toxic regulation should look into this aspect. So institutional capacity, I think Satya has already pointed out about the improving the how institutional capacity, not at the central as well as state level, because the state is the implementing agency on the mostly in the food safety. So these are some of the engagements of toxic on EDC. So we are continuously trying to work on EDC and building the campaign to reach to the masses as well as the policymakers. So thank you so much, and thank you for giving this opportunity for to showcase us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for talking about a very forsaken topic on EDCs. Well, you rightly quoted about the concern of their accumulation in our food chain, as a result of which the biomagnification occurs. Also rightly quoted that there is a concern, there is a high need of the interlinkage of different stakeholders coming in together for implementing such rules and regulations. And also, of course, there is a need for rebooting the policies. So on this note, we thank you, sir, for being here. And I would like to just request the participants that if they have any sort of questions, they can please mail to us so that they can be catered later. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Moving ahead, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Chinmayi. She has 23 years of rich experience in agri-food and beverage industry through industry, consulting, and certification. She has been involved in 3,000 plus food safety audits. She had trained senior officials from FSSAI, State FDA, Dubai Municipality, Kazakhstan on various topics. She has been invited by FAO to contribute in writing food safety framework for Asian countries. She has also been an alumni of US Department of State and has won Women Leadership Award from ASSOCHAM for contribution in the F&B sector. She'll be apprising us on international certification around sustainability. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Manav Rachna, for giving this opportunity. And you have been really working hard towards organizing this program seamlessly. So congratulations to your team. So as we speak today on sustainability certifications in agriculture and food industry, today, 18th September, ironically, has been the World Water Monitoring Day. And we have this sustainability conference going on today. So probably this is a coincidence, but then we do have some relations with the day that we are following today. So this is Chinmayi Devargaonkar. I work with the company called Food Chain ID. And before I start with my presentation, just a brief background about my company, which is, this is an American company wherein about 26 years old, and we are involved into the certification activities, so which involves food safety system certification, the identity preserve certification, and sustainability certification. Then we do DNA-based testing programs, and we have various training activities, and then we provide various tech-enabled services like support companies on global regulations from almost 200 companies in various formats. So my personal background is this is where these are the areas or the sectors of our expertise. So within food and beverage, whether it is additives, labeling, claims, contaminants, mycotoxins, etc., food contact material, health products, animal and pet food. So these are the sectors of our expertise, and our areas of expertise cover covers into various regulatory framework as well, which is from license verification to the entire sustainability related verification. And this is me ma'am has already given my introduction. I have been extensively involved in food safety. My entire career almost has been in the area of food safety related audits and certification. I've done more than 3,000 plus audits and trained more than 1,000 plus people from, as a lead auditor for food safety. And sustainability is one of the area of our activity. So quickly, what are we going to cover today is on what and why of sustainability. This is the second day, last session, just a speaker before the end. And so I would not take too much through what and why of sustainability, but essentially the landscape of sustainability requirements, what are the various standards in the food industry and agriculture sector, and then question and answers. So this is a very simple and the relevant definition, which we have been seeing probably from yesterday, that it is something that focuses on the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future. So nothing is like sustainable, let it be sustainable is a very common word, is a common sentence that we all has been using. And when it comes to the commercial aspect of sustainability, the professional aspects of sustainability, it focuses on the planet, which is on the environmental protection, people protection, which is called as social protection, and then the last one is profit, which is economic protection. So all the sustainability standards that I will be presenting to you now are basically focusing around these 3 points, 3 pillars, what is commonly known as the triple bottom line for sustainability certification. Right. So UN's SDGs, we all know the 17 SDGs, but what I want to know from you in the chat box is, out of these 17 SDGs, which one would be related to food, agriculture and food and beverage industry directly? Indirectly, all are related, but direct impact is from which SDGs over here? I can see the chat box, and I would like to have a conversation and not just a monologue, a dialogue. So if you can just give me 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6, 7, 8 are the ones which are directly related to agri and food industry, it would be great. I'll give you some few seconds to type down your message.
Ma'am, just for your information, actually, because of some concerns, we have just disabled the chat.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
We can just continue like that.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
No issues. Thank you for this update. So, so from here, you can see that zero hunger, which is talking about food security. Then you have good health and well-being. So here we talk about the food safety part, the nutritional aspect part, then the clean water and sanitation, responsible consumption and adoption, wherein we are talking about minimizing food wastages and so on. And then we have climate actions, because we are agriculture, and agriculture especially has a brilliant impact on, or let's say positive or very negative impact on the action, the climate change activities, life below water, life on land. And so these are the ones which are directly related with the food and beverage industry. What FAO has, out of all this thing, what is the summary? What FAO has identified is that these are the 5 key principles of sustainability for food and agriculture. Now, what are those ones? So first one is increased productivity, employment, and value addition in the food system. This takes the cake for everything that you want to have this. So that's why we have this increasing farmer double income for farmers, and all these things are essentially the initiatives which are supporting these principles of sustainability. The second one is protect and enhance natural resources is the second principle. Third principle is improve livelihoods and foster inclusive and economic growth. So livelihood increase could be the increase of lifestyle, the education and other part of it. Enhance the resilience of people, communities and ecosystem, and adapt governance to the new challenges. So these are the 5 principles of sustainability exclusive to food and agriculture. Right. So now On my right hand side, you will see all the logos which are available. Probably there would be some more that would have got added into it, but which are associated with the certification. Now, why sustainability certification? Because most of the, for the listed companies, definitely sustainability is part of their financial reporting. So the way they do have to do their financial reporting, sustainability reporting is also one of the important mandatory requirement. But then, having said that, even if you are not, even if the company is not financially listed, but they are part of the value chain for a big retailer or for a big company. For example, Barry Callebaut, it's one of its world's #1 chocolate producing company, but they are not into the commercial. They are not into the end product chocolates, but they basically provide the ingredients to their other companies like Nestle, Mondelez, etc. Now, Barry Callebaut has decided that I want whatever I am going to source has to be has to have a sustainability certification. So then that is where then whether it is lecithin, whether it is cocoa, all that thing will have its own sustainability certification related to it. So in a typical way, the consumer preferences for healthier and sustainable grown products is a main point which is driving the sustainability policies to the across the world. The second part is implementation of risk management strategies by private companies that source the commodities from developing countries are helping them to identify gaps and mitigate those gaps which probably come into their product. The third one is about regulatory framework in both producing and consuming countries that establish sourcing conditions. So one of the regulatory framework which I have just shared is the mandatory sustainability reporting for all the listed companies. Right. Then the fourth one is the impact of COVID pandemic. It's still a matter of subject of research, but then these are basically the driving factors that why sustainability certifications are increasing amongst the companies, amongst the retailers, amongst the because it's a consumer driven activity as well. So typically, if I have to give you an overview of the sustainability certification, on my left hand side in figure 2, you will see that how much of land. Now you will see here is the forestry related certification, and then there is an agriculture related certification. Now within agriculture related certification, what is the share of these certification within the framework, and out of this organic certification has got the chunk of certification, right? Now within these different types of certification, I feel that you might not be able to see what is written over there, but don't worry, I'm going to explain in subsequent slides. If you see over here on the second figure, it is all about what are the top commodities which are being, which are under the sustainability certification. So number 1 is, cocoa, followed by coffee, then cotton, then tea, palm oil, forestry, sugarcane, bananas, and then soybean. So these are the commodities and their derivative companies that will be, they will drive their certification activity, sustainability certification, if not certification, but sustainability implementation activity, because the demand for these commodities is reasonably grown in the world. So let's see this in a better way. So what is the share of certified area by various sustainability standards for the selected products, right? So we have seen these 8 commodities: bananas, cocoa, coffee, cotton, etc. And you can see here that what is the share of each certification, or rather we would say the area that has been certified for some or other sustainability standard for that particular commodity. So as you can see here, from 4C to WOODS, which is the Rainforest Alliance, there are multiple certification which I will be covering in a short while. Okay, so this is the area, and this is the area, as you can see here, the standard, the area, number of producers, which means number of farmers which are certified, share of that certification in the global agriculture area, and what is the growth that you have that has been seen over a period of time. This data is up to 2019. I could not get date for the current recent year probably, but then these are the this is an overall picture. So as you can see here, 4C, which is for coffee, has got the area certified, but if you see here, the number of producers are around 4,37,000. But if you see the cotton part, which is the BCI, the Better Cotton Initiative, here the number of producers are more and their area growth is also pretty high. So as you can see here, the various certifications are being offered as a part of sustainability certification, and that are commodity specific. Some are commodity specific and some are horizontal certification. So for example, RSPO is the Round Table Sustainable Palm Oil certification, which is exclusively for palm oil, but something like Rainforest Alliance is basically could be horizontal, or fair trade could be a horizontal certification. So now when these standards, we saw so many standards. I saw you probably there were about 50 plus standards related to sustainability certification. Now, when these standards are being set, what are the criteria? What are the main elements on which these standards first are, set by the, let's say, the NGO or by the foundation? Because most of the sustainability standard belong to some foundation. They are never a private standard. So, so first part is the principle, which talks about what are the fundamental statements for a desired outcome. मतलब मुझे क्या चाहिए? So for example, fair trade. Fair trade is telling you about that we are talking about a fair trade practices. Whereas if you see organic is talking clearly about that there are no pesticides being used in the produce during the cultivation. So what is a fundamental statement for that particular standard? Then second one is criteria and technical specifications. So the conditions which are means the conditions that needs to be met in order to achieve the result. So what is it that I want to achieve? So then it will talk about, okay, this should be the site condition, this should be the soil conditions and blah, blah, blah. So these are the technical specification that comes as a second element to it. The third one is what are the indicators to see that the performance review is there. Indicators are nothing but measurable parameters. So for example, it says about labor, okay, at zero child labor, zero discrimination, zero this thing, which is a social element of it. So what is it that we mean by, so zero becomes, a measurable parameter. Or I want to reduce down pesticide consumption from X level to Y level. That's a measurable parameter. Or I want to increase the biodiversity. So every standard will have some or other measurable indicators. The fourth one is means of verification. That as a scheme owner, how am I going to verify? I mean, when somebody is saying so much of area is certified under organic, so much of area is certified under sustainability, sustainable coffee production. So who is going to verify that area? So that is all comes as a part of verification activity. Then of course, guidance for compliance, and then the governance part, which are talking about the rules and regulations for various stakeholders. So this is the first criteria for standards and performance criteria. Okay, so this is the example of this. So this I have picked up from Better Cotton Initiative. So here, for example, these are the countries. Now, what are environmental indicators here? That pesticide use, synthetic fertilizer use, organic fertilizer use, how much is allowed, and so on. And what are economic indicators? So these are ones, and this is how the results are are monitored. Like child labor, what is the level of awareness, in various countries. Then women inclusion, how many women are working in the farm, how many women are trained. So these are all the indicators which are there for that particular scheme. Now, water consumption. So how much is the water, in irrigation, that has been consumed, how much is the profit, how much is the yield by pesticides, etc., etc. Okay. So this gives the idea about the process performance indicators. The second criteria for these standard sets, when the standard is set, is about the assessment process and the requirements. Now, whose responsibility it is always the scheme owner's responsibility to decide criteria for verification, certification, and accreditation. So when it comes to verification, there are three types of verification. First party or self-verification, which means I self-verify and say that, okay, I'm compliant with this. I'm not making any claim, but I can say that, okay, Mike, I'm reasonably complying with organic part of it. हम लोगों ने certification लिया नहीं है, but इतनी land जो है हमारे यहाँ पे वो पुरखों से वहाँ पे कोई pesticide use नहीं हुआ है. Okay, accredited certificate is always a form of assurance, which means that what is accredited certificate? So, for example, if like I'm Chinmay, I can have my own certification body, but who authenticates that Chinmay, the certificates issued by Chinmay are authentic certificate. So there has to be always an accredited someone who is verifying me that what I am doing, what I'm certifying is really an authentic one. So those bodies are called as accredited bodies, and these bodies are responsible for controlling certification bodies. So when a certification body is issuing a certificate, it has to be an accredited certificate to make it like an authentic certification. And then the certification rules, procedures are carried out, which is called as certification program. And basically certification bodies are evaluated against ISO standard, typically ISO 65. So this table, this figures talks about the relationship between accreditation and certification of voluntary standard. So we have accreditation body, we have here certification body, then we have customers and stakeholder, and then we have standard owners. So as I told you that these standard, the scheme owners are basically they belong to foundation. So they are kind of the ones. So they have got interlinkages between various stakeholders out here. And then for the voluntary standards, then you have legal requirement, then you have mandatory requirements like food safety, then you have pre-competitive private standards. So which is like when you are dealing with some, these things. So for example, if you want to supply to Unilever, so you need definitely food safety certification is one part, but then they also have their own private standard, which is called as URSA, Unilever Responsible Sourcing Certification standard. So URSA will talk about all the social and environmental aspects, but essentially it focuses on social aspects. So it will become like food safety and the URSA certification. So this is how the whole framework is being done. And this certification program talks about all the control activities of application review, non-conformities, corrective action, decisions, etc., etc. Even something like calculation for audit mandates, how much sample size to be used. For example, let's say I'm manufacturing lecithin, and as a lecithin manufacturer, I need a soybean, and soybean comes from at least 40,000 farmers who are cultivating soybean. So when I'm going audit for sustainability certification audit, how much sample size I need to pick up for checking out that this many farmers I need to visit to have a representative sample. So that's all. These are all defined rules for the each scheme owners. The third and the most important aspect of the certification program is traceability and chain of custody. Now, most of the problem, I would say, in this whole sustainability certification, this is the most, I would say, critical aspect of the certification, because in India, considering the way agriculture commodities are transacted, it's very, very challenging to establish the traceability linkages, because once the produce is ready, then it goes for auction. Probably it can directly go to the factory. There could be multiple ways of transaction of the once the produce is harvested. Now, what are the traceability requirements? That you have to identify each and every unit or batch of ingredient and produce, information on when and where they are moved or transferred, a system of linkages of data. So now here you can see on the right hand side in this hexagon kind of octagon kind of diagram, that you have farmer or seed, then producer, organization, processor, logistic, buyer, distributor, retailer, consumer, which is a typical food supply chain. So you need to establish linkages amongst all that, how the produce has been transacted. And nowadays, the use of blockchain is becoming very crucial in establishing traceability linkages. I'm not sure if I have full time. If the time remains, I can show you this video. Else, you can go on YouTube and identify blockchain technology in food and agriculture and food industry, and you will get number of videos to understand how the blockchain is helping in establishing traceability linkages. right? So for example, now this is something which is the chain of custody. Now what is chain of custody? I'm sorry, this has got some merge with the thing. So chain of custody is basically a chronological documentation or paper trail of records for the sequence of custody, control, transfer, analysis, and disposition of material, including physical and electronic. So the figure which you are seeing here is from the marine side, which is seafood, and this is for the Marine Stewardship Council chain of custody. So as you can see here, the fisheries which are harvesting the so fishery has got their own certification. Then it moves to vessel. From there it goes to primary producer, then to secondary producer, to distributors, and then to retailer. So chain of custody talks about the ones it is from where it is harvested to where it is dispatched. That is what we call it as chain of custody. Now, when we say chain of custody, there are 4 different types of ways of demonstrating a chain of custody. Okay, number 1 is called as identity preserve. Identity preserve मतलब मेरा एक 10 एकड़ का फार्म है, 10 एकड़ के फार्म में से मैंने 3 एकड़ का फार्म जो है उसी को सस्टेनेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेशन के अंडर डाला है, राइट? सो व्हाटएवर इज द प्रोड्यूस व्हिच इज कमिंग फ्रॉम दैट 3 acres of land is identity preserve, and this is not mixed with any other that's produced from that 7 acres of farm. That is called as identity preserve certification. The second part is called as segregation. सेग्रीगेशन में भी सेम है कि दैट वो 3 एकड़ का जो मेरा प्रोड्यूस है, 3 एकड़ से मान लो मैंने 10 किलो निकाला हुआ है, 100 किलो निकाला है. नाउ दैट 100 किलो इन फर्स्ट वन, दैट 100 किलो इज कंप्लीटली आइडेंटिफाइड एंड सेपरेट सेपरेटली स्टोर्ड. इन सेकंड पार्ट एज द सेग्रीगेशन, it is still that 100 kgs, but then whatever is produced from that remaining 7 kgs, that can still be identified, but the quantity of 100 kg is considered like a part of the certification activity. The mass balance, in the that's called as the mass balance, what I just told you. So identity preserve and segregation में identity preserve में वो exclusively निकलता है. Segregation में you can still have from different sources from the same for the same commodity. And then mass balance will talk about mixing of certified and non-certified, but the final quantity is considered as a certified quantity. And then the fourth type of chain of custody is book and claim, which means that I have saved, let's say I have made a sustainable products of 100 kg here. 100 kg की value मेरी let's say 10,000 rupees है. 10,000 rupees are probably in the carbon carbon credit format becomes like 5 carbon credits. So I can book that 5 carbon credits and claim myself because I have paid it over here for that 5 carbon credits, and then I am saying that okay, ye mere I have invested in the sustainability product. I might not hold the physical product, but I can still claim that as a carbon credit product. That's called as book and claim. So when it comes to claim, there are multiple types of claims, product claim, then certain things like business to business claim, corporate claims. And ISO has given something like third party certification claims, self-declaration, claims based on life cycle, etc. Now I'll give you the guideline on the claims part. So we have various scheme owners and other things. So what are the claims that can be given as a part of supply chain? So as you can see here, there could be certificate claim, there could be product related claim, or there could be marketing or production related claim. So certificate claim में क्या होता है कि certificate claim is कि we are certified to XYZ management system, so which is a part of my responsible activity. Product related claim is this is all natural product, this is all organic product, and then marketing is that we stock or we offer something related to this. So there are guidelines on based to the food industry depending upon which part of supply chain you are and what kind of claims can be made by the company if you are dealing with the sustainability part either in 1, 2, 3 or 4 formats which I have just shared right now. Okay, so now a quick overview. I know I'm reaching my time, but this is a quick overview of what does the standard cover, each of these certification standard cover. So we had a sustainable farming practices. Then the second component will be integrated pest management and agrochemicals, economic sustainability. Then the third, it would be social sustainability on labor part, child labor, environmental sustainability, which talks about soil conservation, water conservation, biodiversity, air conservation, energy conservation, etc. So essentially, most of the standards will have these components as a part of their technical requirements. And then, as I said, there are commodity specific certifications. So, for example, coffee in coffee, 4C is very popular. Cotton is BCI, soybean is Proterra and RTRS. Sugar is Bon Sucro. Fresh produce is generally Global Gap. Aquaculture is all about aquaculture sustainable practices, ASC. Paper is FSC, which is Forest Stewardship Council. For seafood, it is Marine Stewardship Council. Cocoa, it is CSP. For rice, it is SRP. Tea, it is Trustee, which is popular, very popular in India. And palm oil, it is RSPO. And then for all commodities, which is like Rainforest Alliance and Fair Trade, for listed company, it is all GRI guidelines, and then BSCI, which is the Business Social Compliance Initiative. I mean, it's like, if you say which certification standard, I think the first question that we ask is, what is the commodity, which is your area of export, which is your customer, which is your clientele, because everyone has got some or other requirements, associated with it. And the way I showed you the overall picture, this is a picture for only organic certification. And I think this chart is still incomplete, but then these are the most popular organic certifications available. And then there are non-GMO certification, which is very popular. Food Chain ID is considered like a pioneer when it comes to non-GMO certification, right? So with this, I hope I have closed on time, and I'm open for questions and feedback, and this is my contact address should you wish to reach for any further information. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, it was a pleasure listening to you. In fact, I would like to request you the video which you were about to play. I think we have got some time. So if you feel like, you can
I can run that
too. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just 1 minute. You are able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay. So this is on how the blockchain technology is helping the food industries for traceability, which is one of the component. And this is a case study between Bumblebee Food, Seafood, and SAP company. So
saya Jafar, saya sebagai nelayan, saya di Laut Indonesia, saya lagi mencari tuna teri kuning.
The scanner is the first step in capturing information about how and where the fish are caught. That info enters a secure blockchain. You can prove that your fish come from the right source.
Here in this independent laboratory, we test the food safety. The data generated in this laboratory is fed up to the blockchain. It is then available to the premier restaurants and retailers in the United States. I take the responsibility very personally. I never want someone to get sick.
Here we are at the finishing point. The last step before this fish gets to your table. We track every piece of fish. Share that with the people who end up eating this fish.
We have our first look at the new blockchain analytics for the supplier. It pulls up the amount of fish he's caught on every day, how much they weighed, and how much was fair trade.
It's a lot of data.
This is connected to the SAP blockchain, so only specific suppliers will give access to their specific data.
Saya bisa membagikan pekerjaan saya kepada dunia.
Yeah. So, there are many companies like Tresix and Oracle based, and many companies, IBM, so who are doing, sorry, I did not.
Consumers are expecting very specific product.
So, so there are many companies, and blockchain is becoming very popular now for food industries, because that is the only way how you can do a without alteration, demonstration for traceability activities. And sustainability certification without traceability doesn't exist.
Thank you so much, ma'am. being into academics, I think really this topic of standards and certification somewhere remains unattended. So thank you for apprising all of us regarding the commodity specific certifications and the certifications which pertains to organic foods, etc. So thank you so much, ma'am. I think Komi Kalpana ma'am has something to ask. So ma'am, you can please unmute yourself and come up.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah. It was a very wonderful presentation. I have learned new aspects related to certification, ma'am. So at the last, you have shown one video that how technology can be used for food sustainability. What is your say, ma'am, if you use too much of technology, whether won't be harmful to the ecosystem? So too much of technology usage. So like,
so I would say you are using this. You are anyway, what you are replacing is your physical format of record keeping with a digital format, right? That is the only one which is giving you a real-time data analysis. If we have to measure, for example, how much area of, let's say in the pulses category, how much area has been used for what type of pesticide, how is right now the mechanism, and imagine the pain which is undergoing to evaluate that data in terms of, I mean, the examples, my previous speaker which gave the examples, it is all because of ignorance, right? So how do we know that this is something which is reduced down or is it increasing in that area? I remember we do global gap certification, and in one of the year, which is, you know, from the grape area in Nashik region, it had rained very heavily, and most of the farmers used their stock of 2 years of pesticide in just 1 year, one season, to prevent the downy mildew. And honestly speaking, in that year, because I was from that area, I did not allow my daughter to eat pesticide, you know, any grapes. So, so this is something, this technology is helping them to give a real-time data at a very quick rate. And we are just trying to, and the fraudulation that happens, I mean, if you see the rejections which happens globally, we had last year 2020 we had more than 7,000 plus rejections. Out of that 7,000 plus rejections from all commodities, 10% were fraudulent documents. So this technology help in preventing those things, because we lose our name as a country. 7,000 plus rejections in 1 year is a very, very big number for a country.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for the answer.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks once again on behalf of MREI. I would just thank you for your presence here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks.
Moving ahead, we are through with all the sessions for the day, and we'll be just starting away with the scientific oral presentations shortly. We are just waiting for our jury members to join in the portal.
It's a first my experience to have such impressive university.
Hi, my name is Meenu. I'm pursuing biotechnology from Manav Rachna. What inspired the artist in me was my talented and passionate seniors, the highly supportive faculty, and let's not forget about the beautiful infrastructure that we have here. Most of all, I'm highly proud to be a part of the Manav Rachna family.
Welcome to Manav Rachna.
It's a first my experience to have such impressive university in India.
Hi, my name is Meenu. I'm pursuing biotechnology from Manav Rachna. What inspired the artist in me was my talented and passionate seniors, the highly supportive faculty, and let's not forget about the beautiful infrastructure that we have here. Most of all, I'm highly proud to be a part of the Manav Rachna family.
Thanks to all the participants for having patience. Moving ahead, we are about to start with our scientific oral presentations, for which we do have two very eminent personalities with us as the jury members. I would just like to introduce them foremostly. First is Dr. Ashwin Dhabi. He is a distinguished counseling and consulting physician and freelance nutritionist. He holds a European diploma in clinical nutrition and metabolism. He's also a member Executive Council, ESPEN, that's European Society of Clinical Nutrition and Metabolism. He is also an associate editor, Clinical Nutrition, Open Science, ESPEN Elsevier Journal. He is also a member contributor to GLIM and ESPN guidelines in collaboration with WHO. Moving ahead to our next jury member, that is Dr. Sudeep Bhattacharya. He is currently working in Himalayan Institute of Medical Sciences, Swami Rama Himalayan University, Dehradun, as an assistant professor in the Department of Community. He is a medical consultant of Geo Innovations, Chandigarh, India. He is now actively involved in undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, training, and translational research. He is also involved in collaborative research projects with 10 countries, including USA, Turkey, Canada, Greece, etc. Till date, he has published over 100+ scientific papers in international as well as in national journals, including British Medical Journal, and written a postgraduate practical book and 2 chapters in the textbook. We are pleased to have you both on the portal today, sir. Just an information and just the guidelines for all our presenters for the day. You will be designated 10 minutes in total, 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for question answer round. So I would like to request all the participants to please be on time and kindly adhere to the timelines. Thank you. I would just request our first oral presenter, that's Ms. Hemlata.
Ma'am.
Yes, can you please share your screen and showcase your presentation?
Ma'am, screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. I request you to please put it on the slideshow mode.
Okay, ma'am.
And I also request all the presenters to please put on their videos while presenting so that all our participants know and they get well adapted to you.
Can I start, ma'am?
Yeah, so Hemlata, your time is 8 minutes and we appreciate you stick to the time. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sorry for good morning to everyone. My topic is exotic nutrients content from tamarind seed. Sorry. Tamarind seed is a boom of sustainable healthy diet. So slide is not changed. Sorry, sir.
There must be some issues with the internet connection. You can just sort it out, or we can go ahead with the next presenter and we will call you later.
Oh, okay, sir. Now I present, sir. Okay. Introduction. Sustainable eating involves selecting food that are healthy for our bodies and environment. This means food that provide a balanced diet for the body, but also facilitate the conservation of the environment. Fruits and vegetable-based products, including seeds, have been reported to have high content of bioactive phytochemicals than the edible portion. Tamarind seed comes under this sustainable food source. Tamarind seed has the potential of providing low-cost nutritional and nutraceutical value. Tamarind seed is found in many countries in Asia, Africa, and South America, etc. India is the world's largest producer of tamarind. Tamarind seed is a byproduct in the tamarind pulp industry. Recently, a large amount of seed waste is discarded from the tamarind industry. Tamarind seeds were considered as waste earlier, but now used to produce tamarind kernel powder. In high value product, only a small portion of seed in the form of tamarind kernel powder is used as siphoning material in a textile, paper, and industry. The tamarind seed comprises the seed core or ester 20 to 30%, and the kernel or endosperm 70 to 75%. Again, something program.
Yeah, it's moving.
Okay, sir. Tamarind kernel powder. A seed is composed of approximately 60% to 65% of kernel. TKP consists high in protein, carbohydrate, fiber, oil, polysaccharide and sugars, and also contain phosphorus, magnesium, vitamin C, potassium, calcium, and amino acid. TKP has nutritional value equivalent to the major cereal crops, pulses, and legumes. The processing method such as roasting, choking, and fermenting improve the protein and amino acid content and brought down the level of anti-nutrients like saponin and tannin. This is a preparation method of TKP, tamarind seed, then sorted, then washed and drying, roasted 100 degrees Celsius, 15 minutes, dehull the seed pod, then melt to flour, sieve it, tamarind kernel powder get stored in a refrigerator in tight glass container. Innovative food products from TKP. Tamarind kernel flour has good nutrient profile with high level of protein, lipid, and some minerals. It can be incorporated into cereals for in formulation of different food products. The utilization of tamarind seed as a protein ingredient in food will help reduce the over dependence on conventional protein supplements, notably soybean and other common legumes. TKP has nutritional value equivalent to the major cereal crops, pulses, and legumes. TKP can be utilized as gelling agent, binding agent, thickening agent, suspending agent, disintegrating agent, emulsifying agent, and as a solubilizing agent for the development of novel food products. TKP is mostly used for making food products like sauce, ice cream flavoring agent, baked food, and ready to eat edibles such as noodles. Again, not move it, not change that.
You may exit the slideshow mode once and then you can put it on again.
Okay.
Or we have the presenter slides, if we can run from our side.
Benefits of TKP. Beneficial for teeth. Rubbing tamarind seed powder on our gum and teeth may have beneficial effect. Help in promoting digestion. Rich in dietary fiber, which result in reduction of cholesterol and also help in improving digestion system. Prevention in infection. Product skin infection, intestinal and urinary tract infection, because it is rich in vitamin C. That is antioxidant property, help manage diabetics, protect the pancreas, which increase the size of insulin production cell, heart friendly, and role in neuromuscular function, because tamarind seed is a large amount of potassium is present. Conclusion, hence it is considered crucial to increase the antioxidant intake in the human diet, and one way of achieving this can be through enriching food product with seeds which are rich in phytochemicals. By using tamarind kernel powder, we can innovate into new food product like bread, cake, biscuits, soup powder, and instant noodles, etc. Food products from tamarind seed that provide a balanced diet for the body, but also facilitate the conservation of the environment. Hence, exotic nutrients content from tamarind seed is a boon of sustainable healthy diets. This is my reference. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Hemlata, and congratulations for a wonderful work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
But as you elaborated that this kernel content in turmeric is very high, and you highlighted this as a very superfood with lots of extraordinary benefits. So I was little wondering that any dietary reference index values are defined for TKP or kernel.
Yes, sir. Benefits, therapeutical benefits are available. My
No.
research just.
I am talking about the benefits which we get out of this kernel because the content is very high, as you said. So,
Okay, sir.
why there was no dietary reference index given to this content? And what is the effect of cooking on the is it all heat stable or it's get some deactivation?
No, sir. It's still because in cooking, removal of that seed coat, then cooking is okay, sir.
Secondly, you said it's a very good amino acid protein profile. So, any comment on the amino acid profile?
Yes, sir. Protein is rich, but I just now my research is going on, sir. Just 8 months review of literature is taken, but not as research is just now going, sir. That only.
Hemlata, my question is: it's a complete amino acid profile, or it is there is some limiting amino acid?
No, sir, not complete amino acid. Just, but that amino acid is good for therapeutical effect is there.
Okay, and you also elaborated about the content of fiber. So, can you highlight which type of fiber, soluble, insoluble, and
Gum, that is some soluble fiber is present, but mostly insoluble fiber in present in this tamarind seeds.
so if there is a presence of insoluble fiber, do you wish if we have a high consumption, it will lead to the effect on the absorption of other vital micronutrients?
Yes, when we roasted it, and so that will that insoluble fibers that edible format, so it is easily to consumption.
Correct, and you also highlighted about the antioxidants. So, what type of antioxidants you expect?
Yes, sir. Vitamin C and carotenoids, sir.
Carotene. So you know that basically carotene is not an active ingredient. It needs to be converted into some active antioxidants within the liver and the body. So what is your take on this thing about the carotene? Is a very broad term.
Yes, sir.
So what is the actual, it's a carotenoid or it's a carotene itself? In the antioxidant properties of TK.
So, the antioxidant mostly in vitamin C, and it is used in therapeutical effect for skin infection and intestinal and urinary tract infection. Some carotenoid benefits is in neuromuscular function and that promoting digestion and
you know that all these antioxidants, when we apply heat, which is up to or more than 100 degrees Celsius, there is a potential risk of inactivation. Dr. Sudeep, you have any questions for Hemlata?
Oh, no, sir.
Sir, I have just joined, so I'm not able to judge the basic things, na?
Yeah, so this was a study which is on the tamarind kernel products with
Okay,
a
sir.
very high protein content, high fiber, and lots of antioxidative properties. So the conventional use is generally in India we give a cooking, cooking
Yes,
technique we use like steaming or frying or maybe baking.
Yes, sir.
So this was just in relation to whether the antioxidants which are contained in any food ingredients which are inactivated by heating, or what is the ultimate therapeutic potential people get after cooking.
So, as sir rightly said that these are the raw materials basically. So if we apply heat, so most of the properties may not become functional or what it is said in the research or evidence. So the properties are there. That is, the high level of protein is there. They can reduce the over dependence on conventional protein supplements. But we need to keep in our mind that which form we are taking. What I understand. So if we take in raw format, it will be, I think, better.
So Hemlata,
Yes, sir.
congratulations
Yes, sir.
for wonderful work, and appreciate you continue and take
Okay,
the
sir.
important messages what you learn from this discussion.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you so much,
Thank you.
and
Thank you so much, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Hemlata. Moving ahead, moving to the next presenter.
Okay,
That's,
okay, ma'am. Thank you.
yeah, you can please unshare. Yeah, thank you. Moving ahead with the next presenter, that's Miss Ifra. Her topic will be Food Environment and Household Dietary Diversity in Central Delhi, a survey during the COVID-19 pandemic. You may please go ahead.
Ifra, can you share the screen and go ahead with your presentation?
Okay.
Her screen is visible, sir. Yes,
It's
if you please.
visible to us. Sudeep, it is visible to you?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my presentation is food environment and dietary diversity amongst households in 4 localities of Central Delhi during COVID-19 pandemic. As COVID-19 started in January 2020, and in India, on 24th March, lockdown has announced. And since then, work from home is still continued in various cities. As COVID-19 has disrupted at many levels, has caused disruption at many levels, lifestyle, medical emergencies, goods and services, travel restrictions, various economic generation activities have reduced. COVID-19 has caused has affected the food environment externally and both and personal dimension also. And it has likely to reduce the dietary diversity, due to which the study was taken up to assess the food environment and dietary diversity and its associated and its effects on household dietary diversity. As the study was conducted in 4 localities of Central Delhi, so it was hypothesized that there is no difference between the household dietary diversity score of 4 localities. And the other null hypothesis was that there is no association between the food environment and SGDS. The study design was 4 localities of Central Delhi, Chavri Bazar, Chandni Chowk, Paharganj and Daryaganj were selected, and purposive sampling was done, and the sample size was recruited using snowball technique,
and predetermined inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria were used to recruit the sample. Data collection was conducted online through social media, and to fill the gap, follow-up interviews over phone were taken. To capture the social demographic profile, questionnaire was used, and to record the household dietary diversity score, Panther tool by Food Agriculture Organization was used, and to capture the food environment, personal and external domain questionnaire was used, and to analyze the data, SPSS software was used. Descriptive statistics were calculated, and the mean SGDS were calculated for the 4 key localities of Central Delhi, and it was found that there is no significant difference between the mean of SGDS of 4 key localities. Percentiles were calculated, and the categories were formulated high and moderate on the basis of food group consumed in a household. Food groups consumed above 10 were considered high, and between 9 to 10 as moderate, and below 9 as low. And it was found that 47% households fall in the high category, 33% in moderate, and 20% in low category. And it was found that the cereals and roots and tubers were among the highly consumed food groups. On the other hand, eggs and fish and sea products were least consumed food products. And it was also reported that the change in consumption of fresh and fruits, vegetables during COVID-19 has been experienced by various households. About 40% of the household reported that their consumption of fruits and vegetables has reduced since the start of COVID-19. And change in price was also experienced by households. 77% people reported that the price of commodities have changed in their localities, and that the price change has affected their buying patterns. And about 40% people have reported that their purchasing pattern has changed due to change in price. On the basis of SGDS calculated and food environment factors, association was found between SGDS and food environment, and it was found that SGDS is significant with food choice and family head education. When it comes to external dimensions, SGDS was significant with price change and food assistance. And then internal and external domain were assessed. Hello?
Yeah, continue. Ifra, continue.
Were assessed. So it was found that market price has a significant influence on purchase, and income has a significant influence on food assistance. On the basis of SGDS, correlation was found out, and SGDS and price change has a positive correlation, has a positive and significant correlation. On the other hand, food assistance and SGDS also have negative correlation, which implies that the people who have procured food assistance have low SGDS. Market price and purchase has a negative correlation, but not significant. Income and food assistance have negative and significant correlation, that people with low income have have looked for a food assistance. The conclusion of the study was that SGDS may be related to personal dimension of education and food preferences. And SGDS is significantly associated with external dimension of food price change that may be the key driver associated with purchase. And income is significantly negatively correlated with seeking food aid. Low-income residents seek food aid. The study brings out the need for appropriate strategies with key food group assistance to protect household dietary diversity during times of crisis. Thank you.
So, Ifra, thank you so much for a wonderful study. But I was wondering that you said that there was no dietary diversity among all parts. Four parts you selected in the Delhi. What we generally observe that even within the neighbors, there is a very strong diversity with respect to the dietary consumption. So what are your comments?
Sir, actually, what you are saying is right. But the tool that we have employed is Panther tool, which is a food group. If we assess the food group, then it is not reflecting in terms of food group. But food type will definitely differ in the consumption.
And secondly, you said that it was a 24-hour dietary recall, correct? And
yes,
we
sir.
people generally, we do not repeat food for almost 10-15 days. So every day we eat different. So when you take a recall of some 100 subjects on different days, so how do you compare? Because there is a different dietary values you will get for every food group from a dietary recall which was taken on a different days.
Yes, sir. So basically, because it was an online study, so we have not quantified the data. We have just looked at the food groups through the dietary recall also.
Sudeep, any questions from your side with respect to the methodology?
Yeah, thank you, Ifra. Having a try, this is a good try. The topic is also innovative because in pandemic, we all know there are crises, where it is crisis, whether it is food, whether it is a medical assistance or everything. So I need to ask regarding the household income. Can you go to the slide? What are the household income? Because it related to the purchasing power of the person. So the families mostly belong from which groups?
So basically, household income was recorded using Kukuswami scale.
Okay, so there is any comparison, comparative differences there regarding 4 groups? Because if 4 groups are different, then their purchasing power will be different, and their eating priority will be again different.
So I have not studied the income.
This is the most important predictor, na? So in future also, please keep in your mind, because आपके पास अगर पैसा नहीं हो तो आप फल फूल नहीं खरीद पाओगे, फल सब्जी.
Yes, sir.
This is the basic thing. And BPL, APL पॉवर्टी लाइन तो काफी टच कर गए ड्यू टू पैंडेमिक. तो सैंपल साइज आपका जो कुछ मतलब इस मेथोडोलॉजी में थोड़ा सा और क्लियर है कि सैंपल साइज 100 हमने क्यों लिया, तो ये आपको फ्यूचर में क्लैरिफाई करने होंगे, ठीक है? लार्जर सैंपल साइज और आपके स्टडीज के लिमिटेशंस, कंपैरिजन, जैसे सर ने एग्जैक्टली बताया कि 24 आवर रिकॉल में तो ऐसे वेरिएशन हो जाएंगे एक एक फैमिली में. तो इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू कंपेयर 4 एरियाज ऑफ न्यू दिल्ली. तो all over it is good presentation, and best of luck for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ifra. Can I now request the next presenter to please share her screen? That's Miss Indumati. Yes, she'll be talking on prevalence of knowledge on food safety among adolescent population.
Yes. Very good afternoon to all of you. And really very thanks to given the chance to participate in this conference. And my oral presentation topic is prevalence of knowledge on food safety among adolescent population. And this is Indumati Yanu, the PhD scholar of Nutrition and Dietetics Department. And my supervisor is respected Dr. Mehak Sharma, ma'am, Associate Professor of Nutrition and Dietetics Department. We both from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Yes, food safety. Food safety is a global concern that covers a variety of different areas of every life day. And the principles of that food safety aim to prevent food from becoming the contaminated and causing the food poisoning. That and the food means it's like a safe food, and food safety assesses to sufficient amount of food, and the nutritious food key is as to sustaining the life and promoting the good health. But at recently, the most of the harmful bacteria, viruses, pesticides, and the chemical substances, they are causing the more than 200 diseases, and which is from ranging from diarrhea to cancer also. And that these lack of adequate food safety can lead to foodborne diseases and the death for the consumers. And the World Health Organization assists in promoting the safe food handling through systematic diseases preventing and education program, which is directed to food handlers and including the consumers. And diarrheal diseases is the most common disease relating from that adolescent stage and causing 500 to 50 million people to fall ill, and 230,000 deaths that occurring in everywhere in all over the developing countries also. So food safety, nutrition, food security, all are linked together, and unsafe food creates the various life cycle diseases and the nutritional impact in the young adolescents at present scenario. When we talk about the adolescent girl, adolescent nutrition is directly have an immense impact in the future health of the individuals, and the tremendous development of the body along with the physical and the mental development occurs during this adolescence age between that is 12 to 15 years. Then the adolescent intake of the food, that food having that has a less protein, vitamins and minerals, it's lead to the deficiency, and these deficiencies it's more occurring, and it leads to the micronutrients causes like diarrhea and high blood pressure, and it may result in the poor mental health, increased infant mortality rate of the future generations. And that future studies, this studies shows that the infectious diseases and it spread to the human through the unhealthy food, which may cause the food poisoning. So that according to the WHO, the most of these causes were diarrhea, and because of everything lack of the adolescents food safety knowledge. And these adolescent is one of the most risky population due to their unhealthy eating habits. And these age group 13 to 15 years is most of the students are from that school education process. So the author suggested that inadequacy of that knowledge and the performance of the adolescents about food safety and the hygiene, it shows the need for the implementation of the health education intervention in this area. So food safety. So to enlighten the topic of the food safety in the response to that responsibilities for ensuring the safer food, WHO initiated the health promotion with the simple rules, 5 keys to safer food. It helps to ensure the food safety during the handling and preparation process. The core message of that WHO, that is 5 headings. The first point is keep clean, and the second one, separate raw and cook, and the third one, cook the food thoroughly, and the fourth one, keep food at safe temperature, and the last 5th point is use safe water and the raw material. Actually, these messages have been adapted to the different target audience and the settings such as healthy and food markets and the emergency situations such as prevention of the outbreaks and food safety travelers. In for all the audience, that food safety 5 keys has covered for all these audience. Particularly when we consider that early adolescent stage, and school is the best effective setting for the communicating this food hygienic practices in the 5 food keys in schoolings. The methodology used in this review paper is by using the following keys: food safety, food hygiene, adolescent health and foodborne diseases, and food safety knowledge, attitude and the practices, and the WHO 5 keys. So these are the words. Used by these words, the review papers were selected and searched, and we have selected the 12 research papers, as they were sourced from the following citation, that is Google Research, Google Scholar, PubMed, and ResearchGate, Science Direct, and Semantic Scholar, and the World Science and other reputed journals have included in this research paper. So when we see that a review of that research papers, this is all the following papers which we have the reviewed, and the first paper is, the topic of the paper is a step towards improving food safety in India. The objective of that paper is to identify knowledge gaps among food handlers in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, to establish the priority for the future intervention. And they have used the 44 question survey method, and they have administered this one. And the result what they have given is the prevalence of the food safety knowledge score was 49%, and the knowledge gap related to hand hygiene, proper food cooking, and handling temperature and cross contamination were identified. And the next paper is food safety awareness among food handling practice among rural population of India. And the objective was to assess the awareness and the practice of the food safety at home among rural population in Kanjipuram district of Tamil Nadu state. And the methodology they have used, the cross-sectional study was conducted with the sample size of 200, and the pre-tested semi-structured questionnaires used in this study to collect the data. So the study revealed that 50.5% of the subjects, they have the nutritional knowledge, the food safety knowledge regarding nutritive value, and they are getting diminished because of overcooking. And around 33%, there is a lack of knowledge of proper method of washing vegetables, and 36% they said consuming food not freshly prepared may lead to the food poisoning, and 23.5 they don't have any idea about that food safety, and 46% considered price is the most important, and the 17% they are giving the priority to the damaged packaging knowledge. So all over that 43.5% they have the attitude that carbonated drinks help in the food digestion. And the next paper,
Indumati, you are overshooting the time, so I appreciate you speed up your presentation.
Pardon, sir?
You are overshooting the time, so I appreciate you speed up the presentation.
Yes, sir. Shall I continue?
Another thing, Indumati, if you don't mind, you
Yes,
can just tell the key findings of the study. Instead of reading each and every line, just tell us the key findings of
Yes,
results of the study.
Yeah, key finding.
And in this, in the third study, and from the third study, I have found out that some of the average students, that is a 49%, they are having the food handling behaviors, and mostly graded from classes also involved according to their knowledge level, and the knowledge not only directly affected the practice, 70.9% or the knowledge are directly and affected the practice and indirectly influenced the practice via the attitude also. And the overall of all scores, 35.7%, it's everything we are talking about the prevalence knowledge of the food safety, and that practice knowledge and attitude of the adolescent student, 35.7%, they have the knowledge about that food safety, and 38.0% students, they are good in that food safety, and other 29.1% they have the positive practices in the food safety knowledge. And overall knowledge, practice, and attitude towards the food safety among college students, they have found very low. And there is a significant differences was found between male and the female participants of the total food safety knowledge. According to the gender, the food safety knowledge also, it's a difference they have found out that. And there is a correlation was found between that food safety knowledge, attitude, and the practice. And inadequacy of that knowledge, performance, and that adolescence, it is correlate with that food safety knowledge along with that hygienic practices also. And mostly we found with inadequate knowledge of food safety, that is a 25.2%, and inadequate in attitude, that is 47%, and inadequate in the practice, that is 54% among that adolescent stage. And mostly they have covered that milk and egg hygienics, awareing of that one is 27%, and meat hygiene 35%, and effect of temperature on microorganism knowledge, that is 35% among the adolescents. And that is regarding that microorganisms, only 7.33% only they are having the awareness of that. And mostly high school students, they had a mean score of only 38%.
Sorry to interrupt,
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Indumati, can
Indumati.
you sum up the presentation?
Yes, I please request you to quickly sum up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So all over that, the prevalence of food safety knowledge among the adolescents, so we have find out 49% in India, and there is a lack of concern about the food safety knowledge attitude among handling practices among that yearly adolescents late, and all over the adolescent population there is a lack we have found out. And adolescence is the one of the very important stage when they have to follow that risky food handling practices. It's lead to the very dangerous diseases also in the future generation. So consideration should be given to include the educational component, that is food safety in school stage. It's very essential for the current scenario to improve the health of the future generation. Yes, thank you for the chance, sir.
So Indumati, congratulations for an excellent presentation.
Thank you,
And I like your study, but
Yes.
I have like few questions, and
Yes,
one that you use a very sophisticated platforms like PubMed and all other to retrieve the data and review the literature.
Yes, sir.
But the terminology you use was a food safety or food standard or foodborne diseases. Why didn't you use developing countries data to retrieve from
Yes,
such?
sir. That is also is there in all over the developing countries. We have that data. Actually, when we will compile all the results of that data, it's different countries, they are having that a different statistic, and 49% in India, sir, and 43% in America, and 37% in Greek, and 43% in Ethiopia, and 34% in Jargon. So different countries, they are having that this knowledge, but all over that everyone they are stating that it is a very low knowledge among that adolescent regarding that food safety knowledge. Yes.
My second query is that your study was with respect to the adolescent people, and you know these adolescents are affected either by a parental influence or they are having a peer pressure.
Yeah,
So
no,
what
sir.
are your
First,
comments
the
on that?
influence is a mother. So we have that is one of the review paper also. The first girls, they have given that a mother is the first preference to influence this topic, and the second one is schooling. So after the home practices, they are coming to the school only. So from the school only, they are getting that basic knowledges also. So which study I am doing in that one. So we are giving the education about the food safety among that adolescents. Along with the students, we are involving the teachers also, along with their parents. The parents and the teachers both are, they are getting involved in that food safety practices with along with their adolescent stage school going children, sir.
So as you rightly said, there is a very large definite knowledge gap. So what do you feel, what is the nutritional IQ from the average nutritional IQ of parents or as well as of adolescents from your observations?
Nutritional, that is value, it's very diminished first that parents. From that only, from the parents only, the students, they are getting the knowledge first. So when the parents, they have the nutritional knowledge, it is very low. So that also we have found out in a pretest. And along with that, before start the food safety, that education. So some of the studies also mentioned that nutrition value, that is nutritional knowledge is first low. So first we have to enhance the nutritional knowledge before we have to start that food safety. So we are also trying to do that one only. So first we are giving that a basic nutritional knowledge to improve the knowledge of parents also, teachers also, and the students also. Along with the basic knowledge of the food safety nutritional need, we are giving that food safety knowledge. So both it should be correlated, sir.
Dr. Sudeep, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Indumati, for
Thank you,
thank you for your nice topic. I am very much impressed about the topic. mainly.
Thank you, sir.
Because this is the right concern regarding childhood obesity and adolescent obesity in India during this pandemic especially. So I have few suggestions because I don't ask question or criticize anyone in my life. I have some suggestions because you have
most welcome.
You have done a narrative review basically, and already sir has mentioned that regarding terminology. So it will be better if in future if you make a diagram, like if you search some key terms just like adolescent food, food safety, something, you will get not only 12 article, you will get more than 100 or 500 article. Then one by one, if you put the inclusion criteria, then you will cut down to 12. So how you have done this? Make a flow diagram that everyone like will understand then why you have chosen 12 article out of 500 or 1000 article. Okay, this is the methodology expert. Second is you have already mentioned and we have already know from our childhood that regarding this age is very much important. This is a formative stage, and school has an important role and parents have an important role to curb this fast food or healthy food, to take to consume healthy food and to avoid fast food. So other than school and parents, are there any possibilities that you can educate the adolescents or students about the healthy foods? What are the avenues?
At present, I am doing, sir.
What are the avenues except school and parents education? Other than that,
actually, schools they have very interested to adopt this topic, and they have given the permission also to continue this intervention study for the children.
Indumati, my question is, other than school and parent,
there
is a possibility that we can educate the adolescents or school-going children?
So only the way the school education and the college education. So via
Indumati, what Sudeep want to say is like using a print media, electronic media, or any other sources of this thing.
Yes, sir. Most of the apps and that is websites also now have created, sir. But who will initiate that one? Actually, we have that website. If we have the website, means that website should reach the students. No? So that knowledge that we can get through will get from the students only.
So, my suggestion is that you are already working. So why not you are developing an app regarding safe foods, and you can circulate in the Google Play Store or Apple apps. So these are the futuristic things we have to think about this.
Yeah, surely, sir. I'll try to follow that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Indumati. Can I now request the next presenter, Ms. Monica, to please come up? Her topic will be management of food waste by vermicomposting, moving forward towards environmental sustainability.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. It's a great honor and pleasure to present before the dignitaries on the theme food loss and management of food waste. So just a minute, I will share my screen.
Your screen is visible.
So the topic of,
go ahead.
Right, sir. The topic of my presentation is management of food waste by vermicomposting, moving forward towards environmental sustainability. Worth of food is in using its every bit and not merely wasting it. With hike and shift in the pattern of food consumption, food waste generation has also escalated and surpassed the limits of ecosystem. Food production and processing in the developing nations generate high levels of waste, causing a negative impact on environment, economy, and society. Now, according to Food and Agriculture Organization estimates, it suggests that 1/3 of the food produced globally for human consumption, that is 1.3 billion tons, ends up in the garbage. Now, when food is lost or wasted, all the resources that were used to produce that food, including water, land, energy, labor, and capital, go to waste. In addition, the disposal of food loss and wastage in landfills lead to the greenhouse gas emissions, emission of the leachate production, and also it contributes to the climate change. In the developing nations, more than 40% food is lost during the processing, whereas in the developed nations, it's more prone to wastage at the consumer level. Now, fruits and vegetables the consumption and food production and consumption has risen, and so as food waste generation. Next slide, please. Now, in fruit and vegetable markets, tons of waste get wasted on the daily basis as market waste. And in India, out of total fruit and vegetable waste of 221.4 million metric tons, 5.8 to 18% forms a part of waste stream. Now, households also generate fruit and vegetables as a part of household waste, and it is seen that the consumer level, that is at our level, it has major impact on the climate change because it has hidden greenhouse gas emissions. Now, food waste management, it is essential to minimize the impact on our economy, environment, and society. Cost of managing food waste is too high. We start collecting food, then transportation, then to the landfill, and then we think of managing it. If the cost is too high, it also releases greenhouse gases, it increases the carbon footprint. And if we talk about the social impacts are mainly ethical and morally within the general concept of the global food security. Since 805 million people across the globe suffer from hunger, according to Food and Agriculture Organization 2014. And if we see, according to the Global Hunger Index, India has the score of 27.2 in 2020 and 94 out of 107 countries. Rank is 94. So condition is very bad if we talk about the hunger. So food should not be wasted at this pace. Now, if we talk about the recent estimates, fruit processing industries also contribute more than 0.5 billion tons of waste worldwide. Now, if the aim of food and waste reduction is environmental, that is greenhouse gas reduction, waste should be reduced first at the consumer level as it has the major impact on the climate change. And from the economic point of view, landfills, it is difficult to manage at the landfill, so it should be first managed at the source of generation. Now, 25.
Monica, sorry to interrupt you. Can you switch on your video so that we can?
Sir, there is some problem,
okay,
sir.
not an issue.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Sir, it becomes slow, so I will try, sir. I try to switch on. Now, 25 to 30% of fruit and vegetable waste comprise of skins, peels, shells, seeds, etc. And while producing, processing, distributing, and consuming fruits and vegetables, more than 50% gets wasted. So improper disposal of fruit waste leads to the production of greenhouse gases, lead to climate change. And one more thing is that fruit and vegetables, they have the high water content. So they have high perishability, high organic matter, and biodegradable organic compounds. So they will perish very soon. Next slide, please. So they perish very soon, decompose fastly, produce odors, make the surroundings anesthetic. So there is and moreover, the leftover food and residues, they have high content of nutrients. So there is a sheer wastage of nutrients if you are not using the fruit and vegetable waste or the food waste. So there is a need to reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover the nutrients out of food waste. So there is need to find strategies that are cost efficient and environmental friendly and convert the food waste into value added product. Next slide, please. So food waste can be converted to compost, vermicompost. It can be used as animal feed or be converted to bioactive compounds, can be used as liquid fertilizer, biofuels, or it can be sourced for other industries. Next slide, please. Now, composting. Now, I'm moving to the topic composting and vermicomposting. Both the strategies, they manage the biodegradable waste and replenish the valuable nutrients, benefits the environment. Vermicomposting is the process of decomposition of waste by earthworm and microorganism interaction, and it produces biomanure that is rich in nutrients, humic substances, and enzymes. Now, waste that are organic, biodegradable, non-toxic to the earthworms, they can be biotransformed into vermicompost. And what earthworms do, they modify the physical, chemical, and biological properties of the feed substrate and convert it into a stable product, vermicompost, that is odorless, peat-like material rich in nutrients, humus, and is non-toxic. Next slide. Now, vermicomposting was earlier limited to animal excreta, and very less work was done on the fruit and vegetable vermicomposting due to lack of proper facility. And till date, it is not performed at the commercial scale due to the lack of proper processing and lack of the proper facilities. Now, bulking material used in the vermicomposting process are different kinds of excreta like cow dung, buffalo dung, horse manure, rabbit manure, etc. But cow dung is proved to be the most promising spike for vermicomposting process as it supports the growth of earthworms very well. Now, this paper reviews about the efficacy of fruit and vegetable waste as a raw material for vermicompost production in terms of physicochemical properties like pH, electrical conductivity, total organic carbon, nutrient content like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and stability parameters like ash content, carbon-nitrogen ratio, and carbon-phosphorus ratio. So this will also focus on how reuse, recovery, and recycling can be a feasible option for managing the heaps of waste. Next slide, ma'am, please. Ma'am, next slide, please.
Can we have the presentation?
Ma'am, shall I share my? Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I will try.
Monica, you have to go fast.
Surely.
So, just a minute, sir. So I was talking about the composting and vermicomposting processes. Many researchers have done studies on the vermicomposting of fruit and vegetable waste. And these are the studies that are carried out by various researchers, which have shown that high content of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium is found at the end of the vermicomposting process. Carbon to nitrogen ratio, that is very essential for the agronomic applications, is found to be reduced in comparison to the previous levels. And different studies also has also shown that the volume of waste is reduced by, like Hank and Chandimova, it has they have shown that 84 to 89% waste has been reduced. So volume and mass of waste also gets reduced in the process of vermicomposting. Sharma and Garg, they also experimented on food and vegetable processing waste using buffalo dung. They used buffalo dung in comparison to cow dung, but also they found that significant decrease in the organic matter was observed. Carbon to nitrogen ratio was decreased. Lee et al., they studied the effect of activated sludge and wet fruit and vegetable waste bioreactor with separate bed compartments. And they have also shown that after addition of activated sludge, carbon nitrogen values decrease from the initial ones and increase in the nitrogen content was seen. So all these studies have shown that vermicomposting can be a feasible option, and it's a way forward towards the environmental sustainability. So managing food and vegetable waste by Vermitech is a promising strategy that reduces the overall load on our ecosystem, diverts the waste from the landfills, and it has also emerged as a sustainable alternative for managing fruit and vegetable residues eco-efficiently, cost-effectively. This will pave the way towards the concept of zero waste, where wasteful wastage of waste is avoided, leading to recovery and recycling of nutrients into the ecosystem. Now, managing waste at its each generation level will not only improve aesthetics, reduce greenhouse gases, but also diminish the carbon footprint and also aid in maintaining food and environmental sustainability. Further explorations are needed, and it should be continued so that every kind of food waste gets managed where it is produced. So even it's a better option to convert our food waste into compost or vermicompost, because before it reaches landfills, because after it reaches landfills, it becomes a stinky pile, nutrients are lost, and it is very difficult to segregate waste at that end. So benefits can be achieved only when the food is collected in proper manner, utilized in an efficient way, and it is then it will come when it will come when we change our mindsets. When we change our mindsets, there will be change in our actions, there will be change in our behavior, and food and environmental sustainability can surely be achieved then. So what we can do at an individual level to reduce food wastage is an important aspect of food sustainability. So when we compost or vermicompost food waste, we will be able to put back into the soil the nutrients what we have gained from the soil, and thus it will help in closing the nutrient loop, which is now open-ended. Now, there is just a very small glimpse of my work on fruit and vegetable waste management by Vermi technology. So these are the Vermi reactors which I have installed at the lab to manage cauliflower and cabbage. These are the vegetable waste collected from the food processing industries where frozen food is packed, and from the fruit and vegetable market where tons of cabbage and cauliflower is littered here and there. Both cabbage and cauliflower has high water content, high perishability, high organic matter content. So it it was efficiently converted into vermicompost after the action of earthworms and microorganisms. The problem is that the cauliflower, it has high waste, the high index of wastage, because iska edible part hai, that edible part is less as compared to its waste part. So it was efficiently converted into vermicompost because its stem and leaves, they are the bulky portions, and they lie even the crop as a crop residue, or as in the food processing industries, or at the household level, or at the fruit vegetable market, these cauliflower and cabbage are wasted. So it can be efficiently converted into vermicompost, and they can't be used as animal feed because of their high sulfur content. Both cabbage and cauliflower, they have high sulfur content. So farmers or agricultural people, they do not feed these cabbage and cauliflower, much cauliflower and cabbage to the animals. So this is the one of the proposed 4-bin Vardi reactor for management of fruit and vegetable waste. This is a 4-compartmental vegetable waste bioreactor. We can say that it has 4 compartments.
Monica, can you conclude?
Yes, sir. This is the concluding part. So this is the Vardi reactor which has been proposed by me for the fruit and vegetable market waste and as well as household waste. In this 4-compartment waste, first compartment is filled with the waste, then the cow dung and earthworms were added, and after a period of 2.5 to 3 months, this one, it is the vermicompost is ready, and then it can be harvested. And the fruit and vegetable waste of next month can be added in the second bin, then it will be harvested. So the process is continuous. So there is continuous processing of waste in this 4-bin Varmi reactor. So these are some references. And as we are moving to the 29th September, that is the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste 2021. So I think we should promise as an individual to waste less, to recover nutrients from the waste by performing composting or vermicomposting, whatever is feasible for you, so that waste can be converted to worth. So food waste is waste only when it gets wasted. When recovered as resource, it becomes worth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica, for a wonderful study, and you stole our hearts because this is a very hot burning issue to reduce the food wastages. I was just wondering that this was a very wonderful study about the food waste, but did you do any subgroup analysis whether the food waste was more in house or in the hospital?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I have done study. I have done the household survey for the waste management, or the people are doing the waste management, or even they are littering the waste, or it is given to the pickers only. So I have done the survey, but I have not mentioned it here. I have done another study on the bakery utilization of bakery waste, and have seen the impact of fruit and vegetable waste on the bakery waste. When I have done the co-composting of bakery and fruit and vegetable waste also, but I have not shown because these 2 papers are in publication. So I have not shared anything like that, but I wanted, because the topic is food loss and management of waste. So I think this is the right platform to share these things.
So apart from food wastage, and as you rightly mentioned about to recycle them, but my another query is like, we know that India is a country for lots of festivals and celebrations. And in there, one of the rewarding mechanism is to have a gala lunch and dinners. So there is a lots of leftover food. So apart from, can we community service of this leftover food? What is your pro message about the leftover food to be served to the community so that we can meet the hungers of people?
Yeah, sure, sir. Because main thing is that food is wasted at a large scale, whether it's the hotels, the restaurants, or the marriage ceremonies, or the religious practices, or various ceremonies. So I think, in my opinion, if I talk about the food that is left over can be handled to the poor people or the people who are suffering from hunger. So there should be some community van services so that the leftover food can be transported to them so that they can have this. Even the food can be used as an animal feed. But if we see that the rich people, what they do, they prepare a lot of food, then ultimately the whole food is not utilized and that it is thrown. So it should be given to the orphanages or the community services or some centers where it can be fed to the hungry people. It can be, so there should be some community services like van services though, which can carry the food from these places to the right people.
Monica, my question now is why this human consumption was not a part of your study to reduce the food waste and instead transport the leftover food to the needy people?
Sir, human consumption, yeah, sir, this is very right that human consume. Okay, I've shown in one slide also that the low income people, they spend less, they have capacity to spend less, they waste less. I have done all these studies, but I have not shown here. So middle group, they waste more, and the rich people, they in the idea of stocking more and more food and seeing the date of expiry, when the food will get, they will stock more and more food, and the food gets wasted. During the COVID times, I've also observed that food was, because food was, we are not openly going to the market. So we are collecting whenever we got the time, we get to the market and collect a lot of food. Maybe it's frozen, it's fruit and vegetables. And at that time, fruit and vegetable waste was more because normal times mein to we consume the household food और बाहर का food भी हम ज़्यादा लेते हैं. COVID times में हमने शायद घर का खाना ज़्यादा खाया, and that at that time consumption was more and the loss was also more. So because my topic is about the waste produced after leftover food or the peels or the different kinds of waste produced as a result of our activities. So my concern was that.
So that's all from my side. Dr. Sudeep, you have any additional questions to ask?
Just one or two questions. First question, my suggestions. Thank you, Monica ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. And you are, it is looking that you are hardworking very much because you have already done these hard works. So my first suggestion is you have bombarded with introduction. So in any presentation, so much introduction is not necessary.
Right,
what author is done this and that. The most important thing is what you have done. So you have wonderfully described what you have done in horticulture. Last two slides are very much important. Yes. So it is better to reduce your introductory slides, focus on your work, and regarding the slide preparation, you just write only 7 or 5 lines, not more 15 or 20 lines, because it is very clustering. It was. So thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monica.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I now request the next presenter, Ms. Sai Shruti. She'll be presenting her topic on the health benefits of fermented rice, an excellent probiotic.
Shruti, can you share the screen?
She has not joined. Ma'am, Shruti has not joined yet.
Okay.
We can continue with Vinita at OP8.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So can we now have Ms. Vinita Singh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Her topic is healthy and sustainable diet, a way forward to combat chronic diseases.
Should I start, ma'am?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Vinita Singh, PhD scholar of Amity University. The topic of my presentation in today's conference is healthy and sustainable diet, a way forward to combat chronic diseases. So, according to WHO, healthy diet protects against many chronic non-communicable diseases like as heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. And consuming a healthy diet throughout the life course helps to prevent malnutrition and other chronic diseases. So basically, a healthy Indian diet focuses on several grains, pulses, vegetables, fruits, healthy fats, dairy, and spices. So we need a wide range of nutrients to lead a healthy and active life for providing these nutrients. So good nutrition or proper intake of food in relation to the body's dietary need is required. So an adequate and well-balanced diet combined with regular physical activity is a foundation stone of good health. And the poor nutrition can lead to reduced immunity, increased susceptibility to chronic diseases, impaired physical and mental development, and reduced productivity. So a healthy diet consumed throughout the life course help in preventing malnutrition in all its forms, as well as a wide range of non-communicable diseases. But rapid urbanization, increased consumption of processed food, and changing lifestyle has led to a shift in dietary patterns. So a healthy diet, or we can say it as a balanced diet, is a diet that contains variety of foods in such quantities and proportion that the need of all nutrients is adequately met for maintaining health, vitality, and general well-being, and makes a small provision for extra nutrients to withstand short duration of leanness. Sustainable, so we are talking about sustainable diet. So sustainable diet is generally healthful, and it has low impact on the environmental and food supply. So adopting a sustainable diet will definitely be helpful in maintaining the human health, and it also making sure that the planet has enough resources to feed future generations. And the concept of sustainable diet is not new, but it is complex. And in simplest term, we can say that sustainable diet looks to have a positive impact on the individual and environment, both now and in the future. So food production has a major impact on greenhouse gases with the changing environment, with changing farming practices day by day. According to the World Health Organization, the food production accounts for approximately 20 to 30% of global greenhouse gas emission and up to 66% of water usage. So a truly sustainable diet will also focus on the health of the environment, and a sustainable diet takes into account the impact it will have on the environment, the individual, and the food chain as a whole. So changes to more sustainable dietary patterns are needed to reduce environmental burden, but the nutritional, cultural, social, and economic aspects also need to be considered and focused. So to promote all dimensions of individuals' health and well-being with a low environmental impact and an easily accessible, affordable, safe, and culturally acceptable diet, it can be made more sustainable by making healthier food choices, by reducing wastage, which can lower the global greenhouse gas emission by up to 50%. And the consumption of seasonal low-cost products such as fresh fruits, vegetables, nuts, and oilseeds can be increased for that. So all food system, from the primary production of the food to when it is consumed, rely on some way on natural resources such as water, fertile soil, and biodiversity. So food system currently accounts for about 30% of the world's energy consumption and over 20% of total greenhouse gas emissions. So the factors that determine how sustainable a certain diet is, including nutritional availability, accessibility, affordability, related to relative cost, biodiversity, ecosystem protection, safe and healthy and nutritionally adequate food, general health, etc. These are the various important factors. So considering all these factors should help in ensuring the planet that can continue to provide enough food and resources for a growing population. Healthy dietary practices should begin early in life, because the undernutrition may set the speed for diet-related chronic diseases in later life. So the healthy diet consists of different kinds of food, and the emphasis has been shifted from nutrient orientation to the food-based approaches. So foods can be categorized according to their function as energy-rich foods, which are carbohydrate and fats like whole grain, cereal, millet, vegetable oils, ghee, nuts, oil, seeds, and sugars. And bodybuilding foods are proteins like pulses, nuts, oil seeds, milk product, meat, fish, poultry, etc. These are very important to include in daily diet as a rich source of protein. And the protective foods, which are rich in vitamin and mineral, are required in very small amount for the body, but are very essential for performing as a part of various vital functions of our body. So basically the seasonal fruits, the green leafy vegetables, root and tubers and other vegetables are only the source for providing very essential nutrient as vitamin and mineral. So our country has made significant progress in food production, diseases control, and economic and social development since independence. Notwithstanding the progress made, it still accounts for 40% of the world's malnourished children, and about 60% of Indian women are anemic. So the food security is a vital issue of present time, and the first regarding food, which is provided and supplied through various modes, and its security exists when all people at all time have physical, social, and economic access to food. And it must be available in sufficient quantity and quality to meet the dietary needs and food preferences, which must be supported by an environment of adequate sanitation, health services, and care, allowing for a healthy and active life.
Vinita, you have to go fast.
Okay, sir. So nutritional, when we are talking about nutritional security, so food and nutritional security is achieved if adequate food as quantity, quality, safety, and socio-cultural acceptability are available and accessible and satisfactorily utilized by individuals at all times, so live a healthy and happy life. So these are the factors, various factors which affect the food and nutrition security and their sustainability. Some of them are like poverty, poor market accessibility, lack of proper knowledge, increased price of essential food items, etc. So the contributed effect of these factors have definitely impacted global food production and security. There are several consequences of nutrition insecurity which can be seen throughout the life. This picture shows that the pregnant women with undernutrition given birth to a baby with low birth weight and impaired mental development throughout his life. They will suffer in all the stages like child, adolescent, adult, and elderly with multiple chronic diseases. And this vicious cycle will again give a birth to a baby of lower birth weight and so on. So ensuring food security and providing nutritional security in a sustainable manner is one of the most towering challenges facing us by today. So the adequate nutrition is a basic human need, and only if people can satisfy their nutritional requirements on a regular basis and utilize adequate and safe food with their respective energy, protein, vitamin, and mineral content is considered as one of the most important precondition for an active, healthy, and decent life. Growth delays in early deficiency. These are the effect of diet on health and different stages of life. So during growth, which are delayed in early infancy, which can cause increased risk of diet-related chronic diseases in later life. And breastfeeding promotes healthy growth and improves cognitive development, and may have longer life health benefits like reducing the risk of becoming overweight or obese and developing non-communicable disease during later life.
Monica, Vinita, can you conclude your presentation?
Okay, sir. So it is concluded that there is an urgent need for sustainable resource management to preserve and restore biodiversity, improve and health, air and water quality, sustainable agriculture practices, because the major determinants of sustainable diets fall into agriculture, health, social, cultural, environmental, and socio-economic area. So the storage, processing, transportation, value addition, etc. Of farm produce need to be improved in enhanced household food, nutrition, and livelihood security with suitable strategy which can enhance sustainable agriculture production in our country. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Vinita, for a very wonderful topic, and because this is the topic of the decade. My question to you is that why always we take the data from WHO? Why we don't analyze the data from National Institute of Nutrition or ICMR or maybe Food and Agriculture Organization of India?
So we are also using that data for comparison of total percentage regarding all the parameters.
So my next question is, as you rightly said, that the balanced diet and the physical activity are the key pillars of healthy life. So
Yes,
what is the minimum level of physical activity?
Physical activity is regular exercise. Person has to do.
But what is the minimum level of activity do you suggest that we as a Indian should follow?
Sir, basically the energy consumption should be equal to energy output. So the physical activity, the level of physical activity has been done on that basis only, sir.
Any Sudeep, you want to add to the ongoing discussion?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Just one liner addition. It is a very good presentation and it's a very burning topic today. That is food security and NCDs. So your presentation is wonderful. Slides are very good. Your contents are very good. It will be better, my suggestion, it will be better if in future, if your focus was mainly non-communicable disease.
Yes,
so if you correlate these two things, that dietary problem or dietary whatever pattern and what non-communicable diseases are linked.
Like heart diseases, diabetes.
You have mentioned in the last slide, no? So it will be better. You mention more in your previous slide also.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I now request Ms. Nikita Thakur to please share her screen? Her topic is mushrooms, the sustainable food option. I just request Ms. Vinita to please share her screen.
Vinita, stop sharing the screen. Or Vinita is to share the screen for Nikita. Who is going to share the screen?
I have done that for her, sir. Is Nikita Thakur there? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for sharing the screen. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ritika Chaudhary along with Nikita Thakur. We are final year students of BSc Honors Chemistry. Today, we will be giving a presentation on mushrooms, the sustainable food option.
Ritika, can you switch on your video so that we can look at your express?
Sir, actually, there is some network issue. That's why we couldn't share the screen.
No issue.
Sorry, sir.
Please go ahead.
We will be starting with some basics regarding mushrooms. Mushroom is a macrofungi producing a fleshy fruiting body. It is composed of an underground part known as the mycelium and an above ground, which is often the edible and the reproductive organ of the mushroom. The main function of the mycelia is to absorb nutrients from the soil. It acts as a defense mechanism that enables the mushroom to thrive, and the mycelium subsequently supports our immune system's functionality when we incorporate mushrooms containing mycelium into our diet. There are about 10,000 known mushroom species, out of which around 2,000 are considered as edible. There are around 700 mushrooms with known medicinal properties, and around 1400 mushroom species are recognized as poisonous. Next slide, please. Now we will be discussing about the top types of mushrooms. As mentioned above, there are several types of mushrooms, but here we will be mainly focusing on 4 main types. So first we have button mushrooms. Button mushrooms are the most common and mildest tasting mushrooms available in the Indian market. They are less intensely flavored than many of its more exotic types. These mushrooms are low in calories and sugar. They are rich in protein, and due to their exposure to sunlight, these mushrooms are a natural non-animal source of vitamin D2. It helps in the absorption of calcium in the body and strengthens bones. It is also rich in vitamin B12, which is animal obtained vitamin. Therefore, mushrooms are said to be a good option for vegetarians. They are known to possess cancer-fighting properties, and it also helps in reducing blood sugar levels. Second, we have oyster mushrooms. Oyster mushrooms are one of the biggest types of edible mushrooms. In Hindi, it is also known as dingri mushrooms. Oysters are easy to cultivate and grow mainly on decaying wood. This variety can easily grow in tropical and temperate regions. Oyster mushrooms are also said to be sustainable models since they can be grown in dark and highly humid conditions. They don't need vast areas of land or immense amounts of water or energy to grow, and they are affordable to grow. They are mostly fat-free, and they are a good source of essential minerals and vitamins, including niacin, riboflavin, vitamin B6, and thiamine. It also has numerous health benefits, such as lowering cholesterol, boosting heart health, bettering the immune function, and improving metabolic health. Last, we have Wolberiella mushrooms, also known as the Chinese mushroom, and milky mushroom, also known as summer mushroom. These are also some popular choices. They have a good aroma, flavor, they give a high yield, and they're also rich in various nutrients and proteins. They also have health benefits similar to the ones mentioned above. Next slide, please. Now talking about the medicinal values of some important mushrooms. Ganoderma lucidum is a mushroom species which contains ganoderic acid. Some ganoderic acids possess biological activities including hepatoprotection and anti-tumor effects. Hepatoprotection is the ability of a chemical substance to prevent damage to the liver. It boosts immune system and protects the liver. This species also contains beta-glucan. Beta-glucan is a source of soluble fiber, and it is said to reduce high cholesterol levels, and it also improves skin conditions such as eczema or bed sores. It has antibiotic properties and inhibits the cholesterol synthesis. Next, there is Lentinula idodes, which contains erythadine and lentinine, which help in lowering the cholesterol levels, and it is an anti-cancer agent. Next, A. bisphoros contains lectins, which enhances insulin secretion. Auricularia auricula contains acidic polysaccharides, which help in decreasing the blood glucose level. And lastly, we have Cordyceps sinensis. It contains cordycepin, which is a derivative of the nucleoside adenosine. It cures lung infection, and it treats hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is basically a condition in which blood sugar level is lower than the normal value. So it treats that condition. So these were the medicinal values of some important mushrooms. Now I would like to hand over to Nikita. Nikita, please continue with the presentation.
Thank you so much, Ritika Chaudhary. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have the next slide, please?
Can we have the next slide, please?
Yeah. Why the intake of mushroom in our daily diet is important, we'll talk about it. Mushrooms may do a lot more for your health than fuel your body. They have some antibacterial properties. They also help to lower the cholesterol. They are good for the immune system. They even help prevent or treat Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, high blood pressure, and cancer. They are the highest food source of two, ergothioneine and glutathione. Many researchers think that in the future, ergothioneine and glutathione may be studied in Parkinson's disease and the Alzheimer's disease. They are low-calorie food that packs a nutritional punch loaded with many healthy boosting vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and they have long been recognized as an important part of any diet. Mushroom raised with the exposure to the ultraviolet light, and they are a very good source of vitamin D, which is very important component in the bone and the immune health. They are very good source of energy. They are rich in vitamin B. They help the body to utilize the energy from the food we consume and produce it to the red blood cells, which they carry oxygen throughout the body. They are also helps to improve our heart. They help in the taste, like they taste similar to the salt because they contain glutamate ribonucleotides. These compounds contribute a savory umami taste with no ramifications for your blood pressure or heart disease risk. The entire cup of mushrooms contain 5 milligrams sodium. Mushroom also make an excellent satisfying substitute for red meat in any dish. Eliminate calories, fat, cholesterol from the equation. It also helps in lower blood pressure. They are very rich source of potassium, a nutrient known for the reducing the negative impact that sodium can have on our body. It also boosts our immune system. The anti-inflammatory effect of mushroom has been shown to greatly improve the efficiency of the immune system. It also helps in the weight loss. When we are going to have the mushroom with exercise and other lifestyle changes, it will impact on our weight. It will reduce the weight. For example, after being asked to substitute 20% of their beef consumption with mushrooms, research participants shows improvement in their BMI and belly circumference. The antioxidant in mushroom also thought to reduce the risk of hypertension and other metabolic disorders. Next slide, please. The biggest question arises how the mushrooms are more sustainable. Mushroom requires less growing material, water, energy than other types of crops. There are many reasons why mushroom agriculture is more sustainable than other crops of agriculture. We will start with the growing process. Farmers use upcycled material from other agriculture divisions such as cow manure, cotton hulls, almond hulls, corn hobs, wheat straw, etc. Mushroom growth also requires a minimal amount of water. It takes less than 2 gallons of water to produce 1 pound of button mushroom, which in comparison to the 10 gallons of water used to grow other fruits and vegetables, which is incredibly minimal. Mushroom farming emits much less carbon dioxide and requires very less land than other agriculture practices. The raising of animals to produce muscle food is undesirable from an environmental viewpoint since it leads to more greenhouse gas emissions, land use, water use, and pollution than growing arable crops. It is also desirable to reduce the total amount of animal foods within the human diet. It can be achieved by avoiding animal products or reducing the amount of meat products in the diet. This latter approach is suitable for those who want to adopt a healthier and more sustainable diet, but still want to consume some meat. As a result of this concern, the food industry is reformulating existing products and they are creating new products to make them healthier and more sustainable, focus on replacing the part of meat and fish products with healthy and more sustainable natural ingredients. The very best ingredients we can have that mushrooms. There is therefore growing the interest in incorporation mushrooms into muscle foods. They are reducing the proportion of meat present. One of the advantage of using mushroom for this purpose is that they have good compatibility with the meat products because of their umami flavor and fibrous meat-like structure. Next slide, please.
Nikita, can you conclude?
Yes, we are on the conclusion. So now we are going to conclude our presentation. Mushrooms are very good and a rich source of important nutrients and bioactive components like proteins, fiber, vitamin, minerals, nutraceuticals, which are also being low in calories, fat, and cholesterol. They can also produce more sustainably than meat products and less damaging effect on the environment. Moreover, they have many flavor and textural attributes that are compatible with meat and fish products. Consequently, they are extremely valuable functional ingredients for creating muscle food products with enhanced nutritional and sustainability profiles. Mushroom species may have different nutritional, sensory, and environmental impact than those exhibited by species used so far. So given the increasing demand of consumers for healthier and more sustainable food, it is likely that utilization of mushrooms within the muscle food is likely to continue to grow. Thank you so much. Any questions we would love to answer?
So thank you so much, Nikita and Ritika. As you said that mushroom is a superfood to fight lots of chronic diseases. And you also said there is a potential anti-inflammatory effect. Can you elaborate on what is the mechanism of anti-inflammatory in the body? What is the anti-inflammatory effect? How does mushroom or reduces inflammation?
So they have many properties. They are anti-cancerous.
Very well. What is the mechanism? How mushroom reduces inflammation?
Sir, mushrooms are rich in components such as polysaccharides and phenolic compounds. So essentially, these are the ones that that cause the anti-inflammatory properties of mushroom.
And secondly, we from the previous presentation, we had enough this thing about the dietary practices, where we did not find this mushroom is consumed in our day-to-day practices. So why did you do any survey, the consumption of mushroom in the country? What is the practices among the various cultural groups of India?
As we know, the cultivation of mushroom is very easy. It requires very less land, energy, and it's a very minimal cost project. So
Because of the Indians are consuming staple food. So do you feel there is a place for mushroom in our day-to-day consumption? How can we optimize the under consumption? Sudeep, you have any questions for?
Again, sir, suggestion, no question, only suggestion. So already sir is indicating the two things, and in practice we have also day-to-day practice and daily living, we are also seeing the same thing. Mushroom are excellent antioxidants and they are energy dense, high protein, everything is fine. Taste is super fine, it is a super food, but the main concern is the price. So we need to cultivate more mushroom so that common people can afford it, because now I am living in now Uttarakhand, so it is very difficult for poor people to afford or to purchase mushrooms. So we need to focus on the more cultivation of mushrooms. Next second point and important point is the poisonous mushroom. You have described in your slide that 2000s out of 2000 1400 are poisonous. So poor people, illiterate people having low knowledge, they should identify. That's why a awareness generation program or activity should be there from government, from school or everywhere, how to differentiate poisonous and non-poisonous mushroom. Thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Moving ahead, may I now request Ms. Sai Shruti to please come up? Is she there on the portal? Ms. Sai Shruti.
Shruti, are you there on the platform? Or else we go to Rathod or Bharati?
Yes, yes, sir. I think she's not there. Moving to Dhruv now. Dhruv, are you there? Dhruv Rathod.
Or we can move to Rupa Rani and R. Bharati.
Right, sir. R. Bharati, are you there on the portal? And the next is Ms. Sheetal. Ms. Sheetal, I would just again call up the
Yes, ma'am.
call up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Sheetal is there. Okay.
Sheetal, will you share your screen or I will share the PPTs?
Just a minute, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Madam, ma'am. Hello?
Yes, Sheetal, it's visible.
Visible? Okay. Myself, Sheetal Zamale, from Mokashi College of Food Technology, Rajmachi Karad. Then my topic is utilization of, may I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Utilization of Amarthus vegetable juice for making the nutri ready to serve orange beverages. Then C, let red Amarthus is a nutritious vegetable which is consumed as a source of cooked green vegetable during main course of meal. A present study was planned out to prepare nutri beverages by substituting part of water with Amarth leaves juice in various proportions as per the RTS specification, along with the orange juice, sugar, citric acid, etc. Then 5 different formulations in substitutions of water with vegetable juice as 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, and 50% respectively, where prepared and analyzed for sensory evaluation from all these 20% substitutions was scored higher in the test, and overall acceptability on the basis of 9 hedonic scale. The result of the nutritional properties of selected formulation shows
Sheetal, can you move the screen so
4.0.
that we can see the results?
Okay, please. The result of nutritional properties of selected formulation shows 4% carbohydrate, 2% protein, 1.12% fat, and 0.25% acidity. Then 3.7 mg per 100 ml potassium, and then 5.1 mg per ml per 100 ml of ascorbic acid, and pH is 3.5 based on the sensory characteristics. Most performed 20% substitutions with the vegetable juice was selected. Okay, then let us see first introductory part. Nowadays, the demand for healthy, nutritious, simple, and fast and tasty food is growing worldwide. Then fruit juice and beverages are one of these proceed products which are the conveniently used and also provides better chance of meeting daily requirement of nutrients in the diet by incorporation of healthy ingredients. Amaranth is an leafy vegetable also known as chulai, which looks somewhat like spinach, and it is found mainly in the foothills of the Himalayas and the coast of South India. Amaranth leaves are much superior to most greens because they are a powerhouse of the nutrients, as they provide various healthy benefits like low in calories, high in fiber, boost immunity, rich in vitamin A, B, K, etc. Then keeping in view the above, the present work was carried out to formulate the nutri-artificial or orange beverage by supplementary Amarthus juice. Let us see objective. First objective was
go to the materials and method.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Let us see about the material and methods. Here, this is the composition composition for different formulations for the RTS beverage as per the RTS specification by FSSAI. By this way, we prepared five different formulations like T1, T2, T3, T4, and then T5. Let us see procedure for making the beverage. First of all, extract the amaranth's juice and filter it. Same time, take the orange juice and extract it. Mixing with the strained syrup solution containing sugar, water, acid heated just to dissolve as per the recipe. Okay, then next blend leaves as per the calculation 10%, 20%, 30, 40, and 50%. Then heat it, then heat it for 20 minutes. Then fill it, then crock it and pasteurized in boiling water for 30 minutes. Then cooling and labeling. Then store the refrigeration temperature. Then let us see result for sensory evaluation of new RTGS beverage, where sample T2 get selected as per the sensory result. Here, this is the result for the nutritional evaluation of selected formulation T2, where it contains carbohydrate gives 4.0676%, then protein 2.16%, fat 1.12%, acidity 0.25%, potassium 3.77 mg per 100 ml, and ascorbic acid gives 5.1 mg per 100 ml. Then come to conclusion. First conclusion, it was possible to substitute water by 20% of amaranth vegetable leaf juice to make Nutri-RTGS beverages with orange juice as per the FSSAI specification for RTS. And then second conclusion is healthy, nutritious, ready to serve beverage supplemented with the amaranth leaves was found to be highly acceptable by consumers. Then references. Then thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Sheetal, for a wonderful observation. I have one question, that when you extract juice out of this red amaranth, what are the losses of nutrients? Like fibers, minerals, they leach out from the during the preparatory process. What I mean to say, consuming raw versus leaching, making a juice. What are the differences?
Yes, sir.
When we make a juice out of red amaranth, as explained by you.
Yes.
So, is there any loss of nutrients like fibers and minerals?
Yes, some amount.
Some amounts are lost, and other than juices, what are the other ways it can be incorporated in day-to-day practices? Dr. Sudeep, you have any questions for Sheetal?
Hello, Sheetal. This
Yes,
was
sir.
a good presentation, and this was the, I think, first experimental presentation. You have experimented this thing.
Sorry, sir.
And you have experimented this thing in laboratory or where? You have done this thing where?
Laboratory, sir.
Okay. And how you can validate these things? You have done once or you have done multiple times and you are telling these things?
Multiple times, sir.
Okay. So, what is the, it is cost effective or not? Because orange juice is very costly, you know. So if you do it properly and if you adhere to the guidelines, NI and other, and if you do larger volume research, if you do with larger sample size, it may be a game changer in juice industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. One last time, I would just like to call upon the names of the presenters who have yet not presented. So first is Rupa Rani. If you are there, please, on the portal, you may please come up. Next is Miss Sai Shruti, Dhruv Rathore, and R. Bharati. So on this note, sir, we would like to close away the oral presentations for the day. And thank you for your patience too. Sir, I would just like to request that if you could share the result on the mail ID.
Yeah, definitely.
So
we are there to
absolutely, sir, tell about the results too.
Very eager to see who is the winner.
Right,
and
sir.
Who is taking the winning trophy.
Right, sir.
So, Sudeep, are you ready with the mark sheet? You can straight away email to the concern.
Yes, sir. Up till then, I would request.
I have sent in the WhatsApp the Excel sheet. And in the Excel sheet, the Sital's name was not there. I am typing her number differently.
I also noticed that I added the name from my side.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Hope the organizing team must have got the sheets which you have shared. On this note, I just would like to request the participants, if any one of you wishes to share your feedback for our 2-day international conference, then you may please come up and share your experiences and views, or if any suggestions for that matter.
Divya madam, please check your WhatsApp group. I have already sent the Excel sheet as well as all numbers.
Sir, I'll just confirm.
Okay.
Ashwin sir, I would request you that it would be a pleasure if you could just apprise us about your society.
Yeah. So just let me first finish with my this thing.
Sure, sir.
I have mailed it. So welcome all on behalf of India Association for Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, and also on behalf of the European Society of Clinical Nutrition and Metabolism, which I am a member of Executive Council. welcome you all on this wonderful 2 days conference, international conference on the sustainability of food, a global perspective. All of you know that in spite of robust advances in the food technology as well as in the general adaptiveness of the people to the environment and the climate change, what we have been facing a humongous task of malnourished people across all population, where irrespective of whether they are newborn or pediatric or they are adolescent and adult or maybe the older people. And the spectrum of malnutrition, there is a paradigm shift from undernutrition, what we used to see in last century. What we have witnessed now is the triple burden of malnutrition in form of undernutrition, overnutrition in form of obesity, overweight, and there is a volcanic eruptions in the non-communicable disease. And third and very important is the micronutrient deficiency. So many a time it is mono or multi-micronutrient deficiency. And that therefore it has led to a very huge problem of many citizens are having lots of physical and cognitive problems. And therefore we are at a very crucial stage and we are scratching our heads that how together we can overcome this global issue. All the organizations across the globe, they have laid down roadmaps to tackle these monsters at all platforms. But what we have seen that there is a turmoil going on across the globe in form of a COVID pandemic, and there are lots of other political instability. And therefore, we are not able to achieve the target of eradicating the malnutrition. And very rightly announced by the various authorities, including our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, that we have now only 10 years to make the malnutrition a ghost of past. So these 10 years are very crucial for all of us to acquire a skill so that we can address this issue at all platform, as very rightly said by my colleague Dr. Sudhir, that it is not only few people like me and you, but this should be a generous task of all the communities involved. All the people should be incorporated. So therefore, there is a need to make a very uniform policy to educate and improve the skilled manpower in the healthcare portfolio of our country. We have lots of guidelines and lots of institutions, but we do not have a sufficient skilled, trained people to pass on this message to a needy people in a remote villages of. So we welcome you all to join all the educational endeavors of, like, say, for example, Manav Rachna University, or from anywhere you can gain the knowledge. Try to utilize all those resources and become a good teacher to train the people across the various part of world that this problem can be eradicated. Probably we should have a will to do so. So there are opportunities, it comes and goes, but then the opportunities are to be utilized in an appropriate time and manner. What we have noticed that most of our focus as a nutritional care professional is on the weight loss practices. So rather than weight loss, we should be also targeting the focus on the most commonly prevalent diseases across the globe, like iron deficiency disorder, iodine deficiency, protein consumptions are very low, physical activities are going away from our day-to-day life. our schools, we never see now playgrounds and children playing in the playground. So these are lots of lacunae in our practices. So many good things we can adopt from the people who are practicing across the ocean. But at the same time, we should not forget our cultural roots that in good old days, our grandparents used to work in the field and do lots of day-to-day tasks, and therefore they remain physically valid till they were in the 90s and centenarians. So this is what a drastic change has come in past few years. Instead of taking the advantage of technology, we became a scapegoat of the technology and we became mentally and physically invalid. So lots of talent is wasted in such purpose. Rather, we should utilize all those intellectuals to become a part of this global movement, and therefore all four societies, like say for example, European Society of Nutrition and Metabolism, American Society, Latin American Society, and the Federation of the Pan-Asia Society, we call it PANSA. All of us, we have come on a global platform to fight for one very noble initiative. We call it a nutrition as a human right. Like all of us, we have a right to education. Very similarly, we should have a right to the nutritious and the healthy meals. And that is the only way we will upbring all the underprivileged and the neglected people who are a part of our society for a pretty long time. So I appreciate you take on this momentum of bestowing this nutrition as a human right in our day-to-day practices. Apart from that, what we understood that there are lots of dietetic professionals, but unfortunately they do not have a medical exposures in the hospital during their training. And we as a doctors, unfortunately, we do not have any theoretical knowledge or background while we pursue our undergraduate and postgraduate training. So there is a huge gap between a medical professionals and the dietetic professionals. So our job is to bridge those gaps and bridge all the lacunae. So therefore, we will also come out with one wonderful concept of nutritional education in medical and non-medical school. Right from the day you join the school, this should not be a separate subject, but there are some of the topics will be incorporated in your curricula so that you don't have a fear of appearing for an exam in a separate subject, but it will become an inherent part of your curriculum so that whether you are an undergraduate, postgraduate or post-PG, DM and MCA scholar, all of you will be having a sufficient or a PhD scholar, all of you will be having a sufficient applied knowledge of clinical nutrition, which will be very useful in eradicating the malnutrition in any form, whether it is under, over, or a micronutrient deficiency. And therefore, to make a healthy nation or healthy minds and wealthy people, and to reduce the healthcare burden and make this planet very friendly for all, so that whatever challenges we will be facing secondary to the climate change, which will be very difficult for us to sustain. And this is a right time to wake up ourselves and become a part of this global community. Thank you so much, Manav Rachna Institute and the entire organizing team for giving us this wonderful opportunity to interact with a young, dynamic and aspiring leaders of the country and of the world to share our knowledge and share our experiences in this field. Over to you, Dr. Sudhi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwini sir. Thank you, every participants. Thank you, Dibba ma'am, and thank you, the Manav Rachna University, for giving me this opportunity. And I percolate the same thing because we are not in a watertight compartment. medical knowledge, nutrition always goes hand by hand. As an example, if I treat a sick patient, he needs a nutritional advice, correct nutritional advice. And in the era of pandemic, you can see every doctor, topmost doctors, clinicians are telling having a nutritious diet, having a good sleep, exercise. So we have nothing in our hand. The tiny virus has devastated the world. So these are the basic things: nutrition to boost the immunity, to do physical exercise. So why we are not aware of these things, or why we are not practicing nowadays? Only on the COVID era we are telling these things, because we have watertight compartments and we have egos basically. Some super specialty doctors, some these doctors, some homeopathy doctors, allopathy doctors, nurses, nutritionists, but we don't think as a humankind. We don't think as a whole society. So this is a wonderful opportunity, sir. Already mentioned. Wherever, whenever, what platform you get, just gain your knowledge and share your knowledge and percolate down the knowledge to the last person, because 70%, 60% people does not know what to do, what not to do, because we are facing directly COVID patients, vaccination problems. We are facing the real life situations. So this is a wonderful platform, wonderful discussion, and I hope for the future that we will grow together hand by hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think the results are ready for disclosure. Can I please request Divya ma'am to share her screen?
So we see two Divya, senior and junior. Very nice,
yes.
and that's very encouraging. But before the results are announced, I just like to enlighten that all the researchers were excellent. They were very honest and very robust study. They done it to improve the scenario in the country. Thank you so much, and over to you, Divya.
Thank you, sir. I would just request both of you, sir, to please present the award to the winners.
So congratulations, Nikita and Ritika, the dashing duo, for a wonderful concept. As we understood that the mushrooms are not routinely used in our dietary practices, in spite of knowing that they are a powerhouse of the nutrients. So congratulations, both of you, for such a wonderful show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You like to take the momentum of this on a global platform, how to optimize mushroom uses in our day-to-day.
May I request the winners to switch on your video for a photograph with your slide of presenting the award. Kindly, the presenter, kindly switch on your video so that we can take a quick picture of yours.
So once again, congratulations, Nikita Thakur and Ritika Chaudhary. Wonderful job. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
May I request Divya ma'am to switch on her video so that a nice photo can come, all of us, we smile a lot. Thank you.
Divya ma'am, I request you also to please put on your video.
Nikita, you also turn on your video.
If the participants are requested to turn off your video, please.
So Nikita and Ritika, next time you come out with a study on mushroom, also let us know what are the other recipes other than using the mushroom in a some odd form like pasta or making a sabji out of that. But I heard that mushroom can be grinded and that powders can be used as a part of various curries which we make in our delicacies.
Sure, sir.
Yes, sure, sir.
Unfortunately, I stay very far away from Himalayan, so we buy very expensive mushrooms.
So, sir, please, I invite you to come here. I am near Himalayan mountain. So I welcome you to our institute and just give a guest lecture or something, or we will meet.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for your polite invite, Sudip.
Thank you, sir.
If the photo shoot is over, then we move on to the next award.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please move ahead.
Monica first.
Sir, please, you can move
So
on.
all awardees will get the citation and the certification, and we will give them trophy whenever we meet them in person. Correct?
Yes, so all the winners will be getting the prize winning certificates.
That's wonderful.
So the first best presentation goes to Miss Monica. The second goes to Miss Vinita. And the third goes to our Nikita Thakur and her partner.
Youngsters.
Yes, the youngsters. So a very big congratulations to all the winners. And thank you all for participating in this conference too. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sudeep sir and Ashwin sir.
Thank you
Sorry,
all.
may I request everyone to kindly switch on your video so that we can take a quick picture of the participants as well as the winner.
So congratulations, Indumati, congratulations, Monica, for your hard work and for a robust research in such a neglected area. And we were mesmerized by the data you retrieved, not only from the global platform, but your own methodology to evaluate, because data is very huge, and to retrieve data and you make such a wonderful presentation and make it very applicable in our day-to-day practices. I think both of you are going to become a next leaders of the country. God bless you. You like to say something, Indumati and Monica?
Thank you
Just
so much,
speak out.
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
It
was a nice experience listening to all the speakers yesterday and today. Thank you all for having patience to listen to me. Thanks a lot.
So thank you so much, Monica. It was all our pleasure to listen to you, and maybe we learned so many new things today to take home and tell our family that whatever we are eating is not just sufficient. We have to reduce the food waste and make country proud of the part of a global leaders. And Indumati, you like to say something? We see Indumati on this. Yeah, I can see. May I request all of you to switch on your video so that we can take a nice clip, and congratulations all for winning the awards. Over to you, Divya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sudeep sir, and thank you, Ashwin sir, for being a constant support through all the presentations as we went through. Thank you so much. And now proceeding ahead, I would just like to call upon Dr. Geeta Thakur ma'am to present the conference report for the international conference which we have been, which has started since yesterday.
Thank you, Divya ma'am. Can you see the slide in the slideshow mode?
Not yet, ma'am.
Now?
Yeah, now it's better, ma'am. Right.
Okay. Okay. So good evening, everyone. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here on this platform. So Honorable Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rizvi, Dean, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, all respected delegates from various institutions, especially today's jury members, Dr. Ashwin and Dr. Sudeep, my respected colleagues. Today, anybody is saying something?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, my pleasure, sir. So we have reached the end of the second international conference organized by Department of Nutrition and Dietetics and Department of Physiotherapy under Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Mano-Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies in collaboration with Mano-Rachna Center for Peace and Sustainability in Mano-Rachna University. Indeed, it's a pleasure. And the magical, marvelous food on our plate and the sustenance and the nutrition we absorb, I think has a story to tell. It has its own journey. It leaves a footprint. It leaves a legacy. So to eat with reckless abandon and without consciousness, without knowledge, I think this is not normal. So this conference was to celebrate this story, to understand the treasure and to gain insights, to take initiatives at individual as well as institutional level to attain food sustainability. The conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective, which was scheduled on 17th and 18th, that is yesterday and today. The focus of the conference was on food sustainability and to disseminate and discuss the strategies of sustainable agriculture and food system, achievement of food security, improved nutrition, and promote sustainable food system. The conference focus was on mainly, as I've already mentioned, food sustainability, that is an integral part of all the SDGs. The objective of the conference was to collaborate with industries, government, and academicians to develop sustainable solutions to improve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agricultural practices. Because sustainable food system lies at the heart of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The first day was started with the inaugural ceremony and Saraswati Mandana. Of course, this platform, this conference is being conducted on the online platform, and the inaugural session was graced with the eminent personalities and more than 200 participants. This conference is commenced with a welcome address by Professor Dr. Moiter Rizvi sir, Dean, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences. Then prefatory remarks were spoken by Dr. G.L. Khanna, Pro Vice Chancellor, MRRS. He stressed that the need of the hour is to develop sustainable food systems that are socially, economically, and environmentally adaptable. There onward, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava sir, who is Honorable Vice Chancellor of MRRS, he shared an inspirational message in absentia for everyone to work together in partnership. The message was followed up by Professor Dr. I.K. Bhatt sir, Vice Chancellor of Mano-Rachna University,
who highlighted the significance of how SDG 2, that is zero hunger, is interconnected with other SDGs. And there is a requirement to deliberate and channelize actions at local, national, and international level. He spoke about responsible consumptions as well as development of sustainable means to ensure food security. There onward, Chief Guest Dr. Prabhakaran Dorairaj, who is Director, Center for Control of Chronic Conditions and Vice President of Research and Policy, Public Health Foundation of India, he graced the event. In his address, he shared his thought and experiences regarding malnutrition, and he discussed about environment and social sustainability. He also spoke about the roadmap laid down by SDGs that lead to food in general. He suggested that students should undertake community-oriented research and adopt measures like kitchen garden, zero-budget farming, vegetarianism, and respect other species as a part of a holistic approach. The address by the chief guest was followed by the release of conference proceeding. Dr. Divya Sanghi, there onward, who is HOD of Nutrition and Dietetics, FAHS, proposed the vote of thanks to all dignitaries for their gracious presence at the event. The first keynote address was given by Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, who is President of International Society of Waste Management, Air and Water, and he also is a chairman of Indian Congress on Quality Environment, Energy and Safety Management System. Along with that, he is a professor at Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Dr. Ghosh talked about sustainability of food, perspectives in Asia and the Pacific. Professor Ghosh spoke passionately about the three pillars of sustainable food practices. He also he discussed about the 4 pillars of food sustainability, that is availability, accessibility, utilization, and stability of nutrition food. He discussed the social, environmental, and economic aspect of food wastage and urged the participant to incorporate a circular economy to have a resource efficient system. Dr. Binu Cherian, who is a country manager of Harvest Plus in India, he talked about sustainable and nutrition food system through biofortification. He explained through various illustrations how to achieve a sustainable and nutritious system through biofortification. He enthusiastically shared that Harvest Plus aims to improve the lives of 1 billion people with biofortified food by 2030. Then Dr. Dharamveer Yadav, who is Regional Director of HAU Regional Research Station Bawal at Rewari, threw light on resource conservation technologies for sustainable agriculture. He shared his views on conservation, agriculture, resource conservation, and importance of practices like no tillage agriculture and leaving residual cover on the field. And he used statistics as well as scientific research outcomes to promote the effect of green manuring and cover crops. Dr. Jyoti Vora, who is CEO of Dhirang Consultant, spoke about nutraceutical sciences, a link between biodiversity and ecosystem, where she illustrated technologies adopted and innovations applied in the field of nutraceutical sciences. She also discussed how hazard analysis is the modular approach towards total quality management of food. Dr. Ida, who is lecturer, midwifery department of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, Indonesia, spoke about the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production on the postpartum mother independence midwife practices in Karangar Regency. She discussed how exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months is one of the global strategies to improve the growth and development of health and survival of infant. There onward, the second keynote address was given by Mr. Gangadhara Reddy, who is CEO and co-founder of Blue Drop Environment Private Limited, which is located at Bangalore. He explained wastewater management and eco-friendly practices for sustainability. He also informed that to be cognizant of sustainable technologies, one need to take stock and prevent in our own capacity while waiting for policymakers. There onward, Dr. Shweta Khandelwal, who is a program manager of India Task Force and head nutrition research and additional professor at a Public Health Foundation of India, she emphasized how food is at the center of mental and physical health. He shared the global and Indian data to get insights on the severity of malnutrition problem. And then she also shared the key challenges of our food system today. There onward, she talked about the solution in the form of 16 points for a healthy and sustainable diet. The next session was by Imam, who is Dr. Imam, founder of Cahaya Padmakumara Foundation, Indonesia, who spoke about conditions of breastfeeding in the rural and urban areas of Jakarta and surrounding area. He enumerated the benefits of breastfeeding and food system where breastfeeding is at the center. Dr. S.K. Bose, who is associate professor at Manorashna University, he threw light on the different aspects of various acts regarding food adulteration especially. And he highlighted that Indian food regulatory regime, it's require awareness, consciousness, and there is actually a requirement of food safety laws and food safety quality requirements in India. The last presentation, the last session of first day was given by Dr. Muhammad Subu, that is regarding eating behavior and or dietary changes among young adults during COVID-19 pandemic, where he spoke about the impact of the behavior, the eating behavior on social, psychological, and physical aspect of youth especially. And then Dr. Meena Kapai, who is a professor at Manorashna University, extended gratitude to all the participants for their presence. And the first day sessions were concluded. The second day, that is 18th September, began with the forwarded message by Professor G.L. Khanna sir. He appreciated the sessions and participants, and especially the resource people. And he emphasized that food is at the center of sustainable development. And we as a community should take initiatives to solve the issue of food wastage and food security. The guest of honor, Dr. Shrotriya, G.C. Shrotriya, who is IFCO Kisan Sanchar Limited, who is actually from IFCO Kisan Sanchar Limited, New Delhi. He spoke about Indian perspectives on sustainable system for food and nutritional security. He briefed about Indian system of sustainability, and he also talks about hunger index, India's position in the world of agriculture. He further elaborated various factors that relate to poverty scenario and malnutrition problem in India. He also talked about technologies and techniques for enhancing food production with sustainability. He discussed how pandemic situation can pose a really big hazard on the system and how to work on diminishing the post-harvest losses. Dr. Pradeep Kumar, who is Pro Vice Chancellor of Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. He actually appreciated the themes and the presence of all the resource people, and he highlighted the importance and usage of technology to enhance productivity and make the food system more sustainable. There onward, the third keynote session, keynote address, I'm so sorry because that keynote address was cancelled. Dr. Pushpalata Singh, who is a senior scientist fellow from TERI, she actually, in her session, which was on nano formulations of agri inputs for attaining sustainability in agriculture. So she discussed about food production using traditional and modern practices in India. She elaborated the mycorrhiza approach, and she also talked about nanotechnology based nanofertilizers and nanopesticides for reducing the carbon footprints and enhancing food production. She also briefly explained how TERI is using these techniques effectively. There onward, Dr. Hina Yadav, who is a technical officer of food safety, and she talked about food safety and Standards Authority of India. She discussed about FSSAI initiative, which are taken ensuring sustainability in food system. And then she discussed about Eat Right India movement and its 3 pillars. She further explained the technologies and various platforms, campaigns of FSSAI. There onward, the third keynote address was given by Mr. Satish Sinha, Associate Director from Toxic Links, New Delhi. He discussed about the challenges of contamination and food safety, and also he shared his views on the adverse impact of usage of pesticides on human health. And he gave numerous illustrations from India and abroad. He discussed about the environmental standards of the country, which play a major role in the food safety. Dr. Piyush Mahapatra, who is a senior program coordinator from, again, Toxic Links, he talked about food safety and global issues of endocrine disrupting chemicals in food. Ms. Chinmay Deulgaonkar, who is a managing director at Food Chain ID, here she discussed basically all the international certification and their processing in which is prevalent in India. She also compared the global scenario. So entirely, actually, she presented the landscape of sustainability requirement and how to go about it. Then the oral presentations by all our paper presenters was chaired by Dr. Ashwin Dhabi and Dr. Sudeep Bhattacharya. And the paper presenters were C.H. Hemlata, who presented on the exotic nutrients content from tamarind seed. Then Ms. Ifra Tarannum, who presented on food environment and dietary diversity among households during COVID pandemic. Then Ms. Indumati, who presented on the prevalence of knowledge on food safety among adolescent population. Ms. Monica Mango, who spoke about the management of food waste by vermicomposting and composting to that is moving towards environmental sustainability aspect. Then Ms. Vinita Singh, who spoke about how a healthy and sustainable diet will pave the way forward to combat chronic diseases. Ms. Ritika, I'm so sorry. Ms. Ritika Chaudhary and Ms. Nikita Thakur presented on how mushrooms are the sustainable food options and possess therapeutic properties. Then onward, Ms. Sheetal K, she presented utilization of amaranthus vegetable juice as a sustainable and nutritious option. And then onward, the first, second, and third winner were given away, were actually declared. And I think we come to the fag end of this 2 days conference here. Just towards the end, I would like to say, every aspect of our lives, in a sense, vote for a kind of world we want to live in. And I think we have taken a decision. So this conference was a platform where we gain those insights. We are taking away. So these are the takeaways, reflections back where I think we can start some initiatives at individual as well as institutional level to make the earth more sustainable, and especially to attain the food sustainability or the food sustainable more food system. We want to make it more sustainable. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting the conference report. I would now like to request Professor Dr. Rizvi sir to please come up and conclude and also present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Divya. Indeed, this was a very good conference with so many people speaking about different things on sustainability of food. So, in fact, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm really overwhelmed on the successful completion of the conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective, which was conducted on 2 days by Department of Physiotherapy at Faculty of Allied Health Science, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. We at Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies are celebrating Silver Jubilee, as we already mentioned. And with this event like this really adds to the celebration. I actually feel honored and proud to be associated with an institution that has always been at the forefront of excellence in research and education. I would first of all like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Prashant Bhalla, our Honorable President MREI, Dr. Amit Bhalla, Vice President MREI, and Professor Sanjay Kumar Srivastav, Honorable Vice Chancellor MRIRS, for their blessings and guidance as always. I would also like to thank Professor I.K. Bhatt, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, MRU, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, PVC Sir, MRIRS, and our main driving force, I should say, our guidance, our supervisor, who has been leading us from the front, Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna, who is the sole personality for the present conference. The 2-day conference witnessed a series of talks by eminent speakers in the field of food sustainability and practice. And on behalf of the organizing team of the conference, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to the chief guest of the conference, Dr. Durai Raja Prabhakaran. Special vote of thanks to our keynote speakers on the 2 days, Dr. Gangadhara Reddy, Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, and Dr. Satish Sinha, for being so generous in accepting our request for this conference. I would further like to thank all the eminent speakers who have really shared their knowledge and enriched our knowledge and made us aware of the fact that where we stand and where do we have to further proceed. So I would like to thank in this line Dr. Dharamveer Yadav, Dr. Pushpa Lata, Dr. Hina Yadav, Dr. Hina, Dr. Piyush Mohapatra, Ms. Chinmay Devula Gaonkar, and Dr. Saad Bhatt. The conference also witnessed a series of oral talk by different researchers working in the field of food sustainability. I really wish to thank our jury members, Dr. Ashwin Dhabi, Member Executive Council, ESPEN, and Dr. Sudhir Bhattacharya, MD Community Medicine, PGI Chandigarh, who have actually taken out time from their busy schedule to judge the oral presentation. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the members of organizing team for their hard work and dedication throughout the conference. I would like to thank Dr. Divya Sanghi, Head of the Department, Nutrition and Dietetics, Dr. Geeta Thakur, Dr. Meena Kapahi, on successful completion of this workshop, of this conference, in fact. Also, a special thanks to all my faculty members who have made this conference a big success. wherein we have made many important connections with eminent personalities in different sectors of research, education, and industry. I would also like to thank our digital support team. I should not forget to thank the volunteers for their efforts. Thank you so much for all the participants who have shown the patience and successfully completed this conference. Finally, I thank everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Divya.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and presenting a vote of thanks. I would like to request now all the participants and the organizing team members to please put on their videos so that we can just have a quick picture together. Why? Because without you all, this event wouldn't have been possible. So
And
I
Dr.
please
Divya, I
request.
would like to apologize if I have missed out someone while I am presenting my vote of thanks. So that is why I'm thanking everyone who has been the part of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I please request all the participants and the organizing committee members to please put on their video so that we can just have a quick picture. Thank you so much all. Thank you for being there with us for the whole 2 days of this international conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Divya.
Thank you, sir.